Pretzel time and living's easy.
It is session 2, Psychotronic Hustle, Wholesale War. It's time for the recap.
We had to go pick up a crate of something. I don't think we opened it, so we don't really know what. So we went to the station where that had to be picked up. We got into a fight with the guy who more or less had possession of this crate. That is when the first time we realized we needed an administrator, because he thought that there might be all sorts of taxes and fees payable with respect to the cargo. But he later determined that it had all previously been paid for. So he ordered somebody else to go pick it up. As that was being fetched, we encountered some rat men who came into the office we were in, and immediately made it clear that they were going to try to steal the cargo from us. So we wound up getting into a firefight as the crate was arriving. Lord Mars fired one shot and killed a rat man. The other rat man then panicked and started to run off. Blue light specials were dropped from the first rat man, so Lord Mars decided to kick it away so that the other one wouldn't be able to pick it up and start shooting. In kicking it away, he almost caused it to explode. We took the crate after the other rat man ran off because we didn't feel like chasing him. Took it back to our ship. Actually, while we were there was some sort of announcement from Sindoom Industries where Jagger Fells appeared and said that Sindoom's planet was environmentally devastated and that they had a plan to fix it all, and they were never, ever, ever going to share it with anybody else unless they could afford to pay for it. So that underscored the fact that they were not very altruistic. But we took the crate back to our ship and took off again and went and dropped it off, explaining to the guy who was taking delivery of it that we'd had this problem with the rat man and he should be on guard for it. When we left that planet, we were attacked by more rat men, this time in ships. So ship combat ensued. We managed to blow up most of the rat men and take aboard one of their small one-man vessels. Although it was heavily damaged, we did manage to salvage it and might be able to repair it. Not Lord Mars, that's not his thing, but maybe Ari will be able to repair it at least. And then we will have a second ship as we slowly build our fleet. We went back to our main base and reported in to our employer that we had delivered her package and all that had occurred. She then showed us the list of all the possible jobs that were out there, and we claimed as many as possible to get them all done basically in one long super run of different tasks that seem to involve starting from or ending on the same planet.
I swear, if characters start dying for some reason, it's just going to be like, oh, hi, I happen to be on this planet with my new character. Now I'm here.
We were doing, there was a lot of cost benefit analysis based on what it was paying versus the rated risk of the job. And some of them seem to line up with, we could go to one planet and start one quest and drop that off at the second planet and do 2 quests by dropping that off and picking up a quest there.
Don't we have 2 prisoner rescue quests?
Something like that. I actually didn't write down what the quests were, so I can't really remember them all.
Well, none of us were administrators, so who would write it down?
One of them was get us. There was a slave that we had to go get from a warlord or something. Or no, we had to get the pallet of blue light specials from the Warlord.
That's what
Yeah.
we're doing right
So-
now. Yeah.
But there was some slave that we have to like rescue and return
We're
or
freeing
break out.
we are freeing the slave from Concord 9 on Zeal and delivering to the hum system. The pallet of blue light special starts in Zeal, and we have to deliver that to the herd system. And then we have a quest to free a prisoner from Lutsk 6, which is a moon base on Ingig, and that's both starts and ends in the hum system. So we're going to do the blue light specials first and get those, then get the slave, deliver the blue light specials, and knock out those 2 quests, and then do the third one in the hum system, which will end in something like that.
All I'm hearing is that when we have trouble rescuing the slave, we're going to kick out a pallet of blue light specials and rig them to explode.
Exactly. I've also been keeping track of our expenses so far. I was doing that in lieu of not having an administrator. So we got a total of 2,000 credits for the last mission, 1,000 for the mission itself, and then a 1,000 bonus extra credits. And we are currently down we have a total expenditure of 50. So we're up 1,950 credits. This is also the most money that Ori has ever seen in his entire life. Because like his has like his background and everything, like he has like 50 credits to his name.
Yep.
We did take some time in figuring out which quests to do, to check out all of the information we could find on Spacebook to see like if the Warlord had like a Spacebook page. And
Yeah, does the Warlord have a spacer page?
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't?
Or
Oh,
You might want to enlighten him on that.
Or a MySpace.
yeah, MySpace?
You might want to enlighten him on that.
because I am certain, first of all, that Facebook must have survived into the future, and that it must have therefore moved on into space when humanity did. So Spacebook is a thing.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to make my game entirely that evil.
They probably went to space like right after SpaceX.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's probably worse. After Taco Bell won the franchise wars, you know Spacebook on Taco Bell. Now all restaurants are Spacebook too.
Now, what about the 3 seashells? I still want to know about those.
Every like gets you a free gordita crunch.
I think the real question is, what's his Space Tube channel like? Does he have a lot of Let's Plays on it?
Yeah, so you guys are on Cameron 7 except for Hal Craith, right? I said that right?
Hal Craith.
Hal Craith. You're currently on a bulk freighter on your way to Cameron 7. So it's
I don't remember. Did I get a cut of the credits that we secured from the last mission?
I don't know.
We didn't decide.
Oh, not from you guys.
No,
but
no,
from the Thursday group.
We haven't divvied out the
Yeah.
credits. We were kind of dealing with other situations at the time.
Okay.
The Thursday group we are not 100% aware of. In that, like granted, my character did save his hustle point until the very end of the session so that he could spend it to plant an alien on your spaceship.
Oh, and that went off marvelously.
Yeah.
In part specifically because I know that you, Mike, love aliens.
Yes.
We're not actually sure if Mike's going to live.
It was real special when they happened.
Yep.
There was another point in the session when Peter was like, well, you could spend your hustle point to, maybe not die in this space battle. And I was like, nah, I'm saving it.
Damn.
So do we have to,
Charles.
are we supposed to pick up Hal Craith?
No, he is on. He's on his way there. So you would have heard this. This is Lausanne news report. So you would all have heard this in Cameron 7 or on the bulk freighter at some point. Just tell me if it's too loud.
Lausanne, the truth you can handle. Intelli, Indolus, day 397, 272. Herd system, Olamenzo. There was an attempted robbery at Cheb Life Station. Rat person Rizzo Despair held workers at the cryo storage at gunpoint when he was heroically taken out by a Lord Mars, member of the mercenary company Wholesale War. Cheb Life Station was then evacuated for 6 hours to search for a blue light special that was reported in the rat person's possession. Herd system, Thronos. In a separate but possibly related incident, 2 rat persons attacked a merchant ship near Moss, the moon of Thronos. The ships were destroyed and 1 rat person was identified as Ratel Despair. A second rat person is still pending identification. UPM authorities are investigating illegal occupancy of Carlu 4. The station was currently under renovations. The trespassers caused considerable fire damage, along with draining reserve battery supplies. The damage was estimated in excess of 5,000 space bucks. Herd system, Nor. A soul that was scheduled to be canceled was stolen from the crematorium known as the Grid. An all-sector alert has been issued for Hull Thielen. Rascalus, 14-born humanoid, mid-30s, 175 centimeters tall, blue eyes, auburn hair, and a spiderweb tattoo on his right elbow. He was last seen running from the UPM docking station in the center city. Hull is also responsible for injuries sustained by UPM authorities when a pallet of munitions exploded during his cowardly escape. Members of the mercenary company Backdoor Boogie are also wanted in questioning in relation to the incident. Surveillance tapes reveal that they were at the docking station at the time of the explosion. There is also an unpaid parking ticket related to a land vehicle registered to the group. A more extensive investigation by UPM and NER authorities is currently underway. Sorry Not Sorry, in cooperation with NER authorities, also detained 5 unknown humanoids of interest in Robot City. Requests for information by Lausanne have been ignored. That is your Lausanne news report. Lausanne, the truth you can handle.
Okay.
I know nothing about none of that stuff.
I found that I really don't like watching the news. I think it's depressing, but I suppose this Lausanne news report, we don't really have much of a choice.
Meanwhile, Hale Craith, all by himself on the cargo ship, is just muttering, "That sounds an awful lot like what happened with the group I was just with."
Go ahead.
I would say that's a great idea, though. A news bulletin.
Well, on a brighter note, it does get our name out there, and Lord Mars was heroic. So that could be good for more jobs.
You're muted.
To me, it just means sooner rather than later, I'm going to have to wind up changing my name again. Can't let my name get out there.
Your name again? What did your name used to be? Billy?
Lord Venus?
I've had probably a dozen names over the years.
Oh, you're one of those people, I see.
You're not using your real names, are you?
No.
Of course not. Don't be ridiculous.
So, Lord Mars, what do you do in your downtime besides stand in the hallway and use practice shots?
Actually had some sort of sideline hobby, but I'm blanking on what it was. Yeah, I mean, other than his like practicing gunplay, which he actually would do quite a lot, he in his spare time tries to paint like landscapes, like naturalistic landscapes, but he's very bad at it.
Okay.
I like how Peter's asking about hobbies people do in their downtime, and then you bring out this little whip that you use on yourself.
So you are whatever time of day this is. Maybe you're finishing up a painting, and you get a communique. Lord Mars, you are requested by President Tojo. This is the president of the Xenogenesis Mining Company. He has requested that you come see him.
Is that the same mining company that's on the planet we're on?
Is on the same space station that you share occupancy with.
Right. Well, does anyone want to come with me?
I suppose I'll come.
Oh, sure. What's the worst that could happen?
I think I've hit the ship enough with these wrenches. Should be okay for for an hour or so before they need to be hit again.
I'm looking at all the control surfaces, horribly dented.
Did you also repair the? Well, I forgot to mention there was also that one technician who seemed to be overly involved with our ship.
Theus.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
did you or Theus actually repair the one-man fighter we captured?
Well, I poked around, but I haven't spent much time repairing it. It's just nice to be home, you know.
Could be handy in a fight if we need it. Have one man go out alone.
Well, I've been in space a long time, my whole life. Trust me when I say we'll have lots of downtime to fix it as we travel around.
Well, how many of us here are actually capable of piloting a ship?
I
Could always
suppose.
learn. And as I said, if nothing else, we could remote pilot it filled with explosives down to like a planetary target if we ever need to.
I think most planets would be protected against such obvious attempts at sabotage.
Maybe not level 1 planets. Or even tech level 2.
It really just all boils down to how good is a planet's space force.
Strong as the space book.
So all three of you are going to go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you make your way through the station and through a couple doors, and they let you into the president's office. It's just a plain, like, obsidian desk. A couple paintings that he has framed. There's some paperwork on his desk. Also, on the corner of his desk is like a rock that seems to burn. Behind him is a large window, and you can see the flashing lights of what you would assume would be mining ships as they go to Mos Ignis to mine. And he's got some drinks, and he looks. Didn't expect all of you, Lord Mars and the whole crew. Well, welcome.
We are glad to be here. This is Wholesale War. I'm Lord Mars.
I am well aware of your group and who you are.
I'm Ori. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Jonathan, a pleasure.
Yes, quite a reputation from what I've heard.
I trust
Well,
you.
we're a new company, but we do our best.
Yes, you do. I just heard the Lausanne news report. And, your name was mentioned. Congratulations on killing that rat creature.
Well, he was a danger to the public, which is the main reason. The safety of the public is our primary concern.
They are very dangerous.
He needed to be exterminated. Did you hear that report about the parking ticket, though? That seems
Yes.
more dangerous.
That backyard boogie group sounds like trouble.
Bunch of ruffians, by the sound of it. Scallywags, to say the least. Roaming bands of hooligans not paying parking tickets. Curse them. Curse them.
Plus, Backdoor Boogie 3 in particular was just a mediocre porn.
Well, I thought I did a good role in it. I mean, yes, that's very true.
So he pours, gets some more glasses out from underneath his desk, pours you all some kind of, looks like whiskey.
Yeah, right?
What was
Would
his
you all
name
like a
again?
drink? His
Sure.
President Tojo.
Like the Prime Minister of Japan?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I can write that down then.
So there was a report about a blue light special that this rat thing had, and they did not find it. And I would make an assumption that if they had a particular item or weapon that maybe you had acquired, that you would not be foolish enough to bring it onto this space station.
Blue light specials are known to be very dangerous.
They are.
I'm afraid we didn't stay long after we had subdued the terrorists who attacked the office. And so, frankly, anyone who came in after we had left may have picked it up off the ground.
Because hypothetically speaking, if you were to pick up this item, there is a research laboratory down on Most Ignis that you could potentially keep it at and study it if you wish. Hypothetically speaking.
Is this your
That is-
research laboratory?
Is this a what?
Is this your research laboratory?
Yes, of course. It belongs to the mining company.
What is your interest in blue light specials?
I don't have much interest in them, but I know others do. Curious types, like yourself.
Well, something about curiosity and the cat. Well,
Well, I know that if we were to come into contact with additional blue light specialists, we certainly might want to take the mining company up on that offer. But at the moment, of course, we are blue light special free.
Okay, give me a talk roll.
as like the Ori's pocket fist rubbing.
Roll a percentile dice.
So is this charisma based, I assume?
Yes.
Yes.
That is a 9.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
I honestly didn't see you take it in character.
Anyway, so as you know, there's just some regular chit chat, and I don't know if you guys take the drink he offers, drink it, or not.
Ori would probably eye it and then sip from it in like a, you know, a distrusting type of sort of way.
It's Tojo,
Mars
you can trust
Mars
him.
would have probably downed it in a gulp if it's just a shot of whiskey
Yeah,
or
Yeah.
like a finger of whiskey.
Pretty much. I mean, it's Tojo, you can trust him. And I mean, it's not like he'd gain anything by killing us here. So, yeah, why not?
He turns his back and looks out at the ships. You see the lights going down to the Cygnus, and turns around. When you get some free time, I would like to speak with you on another matter. I do have some concerns down at the surface of that asteroid. Strange things have been reported down there. I think this would be just the type of work for the 3 and 4 of you to handle, but it's not pressing.
What have you heard? What strange things are coming out of the asteroid?
Just rumors. Some of the miners speak of seeing ghosts, for lack of a better word.
You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
No.
Have the miners reported hearing any words such as routini or something along those lines? No.
No.
I see.
Well, we do have some other tasks that we have to complete first, but when we return, we will stop back in and see if we can handle your ghost, for lack of a better word, problem.
I would greatly appreciate that. Well, I must get back to my paperwork. It's not something I enjoy.
If only Halcraft were here.
Do you consider yourself an administrator?
These days, unfortunately, I am.
No. You're doing all the good work that no one else wants to do. So it's good. It's good. It's good that you're doing the good job.
Well, thank you.
All right. Well.
All right. So, Mike, you get off the that bulk freighter with a bunch of other miners as they are back at Cameron 7. At the space dock, you notice the ship that you normally fly in is docked there, and Theus sees you, and comes scrambling down the gangplank and looking around. Hail Kraith, is that you? Kurt, you also wanted to find out about that planet. You asked me what they thought of outsiders.
Mm-hmm.
It's Sarok. It's basically a nomadic planet. The nomads do not like outsiders. They will attack on sight. The Warlord is not nomadic. He kind of sits in one area, and he does not. He's fairly friendly, for lack of a better word, to outsiders.
Now, do we know what happened to the blue light specials, how they became missing on the planet?
No, they just know that this Warlord Rostov is in possession of them.
Okay.
So we just have to go. I mean, this is was the other use for the pod that I suggested was if we can repair the pod. I don't know if the Warlord's going to want to give up a pallet of blue light specials. I'm surprised he hasn't blown them up yet. But so that he hasn't blown them up yet suggests he's probably not playing around with them. He might not know what they are. But if we went down and offered him a brand new one-man flying machine on this level 2 planet. Was it level 1 or level 2? I forget.
2.
He might give us his pallet of blue light specials for a one-man ship.
We do also have body armor and automatic weapons in the armory as well.
Right, if we want to shoot our way in and out, but that might be
No,
a
I mean,
lot of
giving
it
trouble
to
too.
Yeah, warlords like guns.
Yeah.
This is an undeniable fact.
We could probably put some gold paint on some of the laser rifles or something, and so he can have like a golden AK kind of thing.
Are you good, Mike?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. So Theus comes running down. You realize you recognize him as the maintenance person here who takes keen interest in your ship.
Mhm. Hello, Theus.
Hellcraith, have you seen the rest of the group? Have you seen Jonathan? Where's he at?
I have not. I have just docked from the bulk freighter there.
And he reaches into his pocket. He pulls out looks like a disc. He's like, this was attached to the ship. You got to let him know this is a magnetic beacon.
I believe that was what the crew I was with just sent out.
Yeah, well, they use them everywhere. So obviously, these rat people used it and he manipulates it. I pulled rat hair out of it, so obviously they had it.
All right. Sounds plausible.
Tell him he's got to be more careful. Like, now I've got to scrub the ship again.
Obviously, it's unsanitary.
It is.
So
Have you been monitoring his flying?
not in quite some time.
Okay.
We do need to do some supervised flight runs.
We do.
At some point.
Good. Just keep me informed, like you've been doing.
Yes, I just need to pick the logbook out of my storage locker and see when the next one is due.
Yeah, because I found a couple like scrapes and scratches that I don't think he told me about, and I had to spend time buffing those out.
Well, that certainly is a problem.
Okay, it is a problem. So anyway, you just let him know. Just tell Jonathan to be careful.
All right, I will.
And he runs back up the gangplank, back into the ship to do something.
Okay. So now I'm in the same vicinity as everybody else now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do I know my way around?
Yeah, you know the way you're at. You know the way around to the mercenary bachelor pad.
All right. So then Hellcraith emerges into the room so that you guys all know kind of what he looks like. Think of a dwarf, but wider and made out of rock. So he's about 4'5", probably about 4 feet wide, and weighs somewhere in the vicinity of 1,500 to 2,000 pounds. He does wear a helmet though, because he had the atmosphere that is breathable for him would melt your guys' lungs, because it's primarily sulfuric acid mixed with some methane and oxygen. So he walks in, and as he typically does in his fashion, he says, "Hail, travelers."
Glad to see you're back. We have a number of missions that we can bang out all at once and earn about 7,000 credits or so.
Whoa. First, I must do inventory.
I imagine since you've been away, like the entire place is, from your perspective, probably a shambles. The flight book that you were going to get from your locker is probably like at an angle and has like a spilled coffee on top of it, poised to tip over.
I see you have been, and you can hear a sound that sounds like rocks rubbing together. which his translator module can't quite capture. And then he says, busy.
Well, there's, you may have heard we made the news a little bit. We had a bit of a, suppose you could say, mission. It was more of a delivery job that we earned 2,000 credits on. But we did gain a little notoriety for the group.
You were on the news as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm speaking about. We got a little bit of free advertising, I suppose, and it got us another job for once we finish up this, apparently investigating ghosts of all things.
Ghosts do not exist.
I'm pretty sure that's correct, but some miners have been claiming they've been seeing ghosts. So when we get back from our more pressing matters, we'll deal with these supposed ghosts.
Right. Well,
Or we can
it sounds like your journey has been as interesting as mine. The last group, I strongly advised the driver to just accept the ticket and move on, and to hand over the drive. Then they started exploding things, and it was just a mess.
It sounds like they'll be in trouble without without an administrator to keep them straight.
Yes, they were pure barbarians.
Well, you'll be happy to know we didn't get any parking tickets, or really in trouble of any sort other than with the rat men who attacked us.
And the bullet holes in the ship.
I suppose we did forget to fill out Form 529B for the bullet holes and the scratches on the ship. We were actually saving that for you, Halkrith.
Fine, I will complete the forms. It is clear that I cannot entrust such work with you.
I wouldn't trust me with it either.
Well, give me a moment. Let me hand you the forms. Boom.
No, you forgot half of them are still over there.
It takes 2 trips.
All right, so we are now going to visit with some insane miners.
No, we have missions for our primary customer before we get to that. We have to go pick up a crate of blue light specials from a warlord on a tech level 2 world and then swing around and pick up a slave girl.
Apparently, he's a friendly neighborhood warlord. So, should be fairly straightforward, assuming we can trade something that he would find interesting.
Although he is probably a barbarian. He doesn't even have a Facebook page.
That's true.
Is it not illegal yet to go without a Facebook page?
I'm pretty sure that for the tech level 2 and tech level 1 worlds where they don't have Facebook, it's okay for them.
At the very least, they should have a MySpace page, though.
Because it's already got space in the title.
Yeah, that's right.
Also, it came before Facebook.
It works on many levels.
I love the...
Does Tech Level 1 have like Zanga or like Zanga pages though?
They still
My
use
journal.
Napster. Netscape.
Jonathan, you get a message over Facebook from Dr. Kaziz, who is the medical officer / psychiatrist of the mining company, wishing to speak to you.
Oh, shit. What do they want?
She wants to chat.
Told her before, it's not my son. Okay. Pardon me, I have to go to the doctor. One moment. And I'll start heading out, I guess.
Okay.
I don't think I need the entire group to come with me to the doctor.
Is he gonna be okay, Doc?
Yeah.
Tell me about your psychological problems in front of all these people.
So
Cough,
did you remember to log out of Facebook before you left?
Fuck no, that's still open.
Then I would type in to Dr. Kiki or whatever her name was, send nudes, NOODZ.
Cough once for yes. Cough twice for double yes.
Bend your head and cough slowly. Cough, cough. Oh shit.
So you enter the mining company to the medical facilities, and enter her small office area. It's got her diploma on the wall and just a simple metal desk. Jonathan, have a seat. Glad you could make it.
Yes, of course. What can I do for you, Doc?
Well, as you know, this conversation is confidential. You understand that, right?
Yes, completely.
Okay. Well, of course, if you're familiar with standard protocol here, once the ship was returned and damaged and the nav system was repaired, there was, of course, the audio recordings that were uploaded and keyword searched, and a very strange turn of phrase kept coming up and kind of clued me into it. I wanted to talk to you about it because I know that, considering your past and the things that you've encountered, I just didn't know if you were having some sort of episode or not. You mentioned frequently on this past mission about taking rats and throwing them in a furnace, but your ship doesn't have a furnace, and I don't think there are any rats on there. Are you having some kind of episode, perhaps?
No, not at all. You see, what happened was we encountered several rats in our endeavor.
Oh, okay. Yes, I did hear the news report, and congratulations to Lord Mars on his heroism.
Yes, most certainly. He was very efficient in his work. And we were discussing the possibility of upgrades to the vessel as well, determining perhaps a more efficient fuel source. And with the dead rats, which were everywhere, there was discussion of using them as a more efficient fuel source, but we decided against it.
Okay.
Everything's falling over and everyone's dying. Shit.
But that was the only reason, just...
Yes.
There wasn't some sort of... These weren't triggering events from your past.
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, I no longer deal with rats that way any longer.
Okay. So she picks up her data pad. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad that you. I'm glad that we've got this settled then. Is this your follow-up message? And she turns the data pad and shows you send nudes.
No, I left
within moments of that happening, a new message will pop up and say, "This is Hellcraft, unauthorized user accessing Jonathan's account."
Send nudes anyway. No, it's not me. It appears that I didn't log out of my Spacebook account before I left.
Shame. Well, be on your way then. I will see you when you return. If you have any more episodes, just let me know.
Of course. Gonna send a dick pic later.
All right. So you are to head to Sarok, which is in the Zeal system. Warlord's name is Rostov. He has a palette of blue light specials. Once you procure the blue light specials, you are to take them to Curates, which is in Herd system, and deposit them at the Tula and Associates. The Sarok is, you're going to have to wear a pressure mask. It is not hospitable to humanoids. I think Hellcraith, well, you'd be wearing a back suit anyway, so it doesn't matter.
What was the name of the warlord?
Rostov. I'll type it in there.
The friendly neighborhood Rostov. He's such a friendly warlord.
No one kills like Rostov. No one feels like Rostov.
He also has chronic halitosis.
Oh dear.
Well,
Just
he might not
imagine
want to be. That means he might not want to be cooped up in the one-man fighter.
True. I just imagine him like a really fun Mr. Rogers who carries a battle axe around. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. / a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
So on the way to the Herd or the Zeal system to that planet, Ori would be tinkering and fixing up the one-man fighter, trying to get it to a serviceable state.
Yeah. Give me a fix roll then.
It's 2d6s. That's 11.
Okay.
Well, the good news is we don't have to worry about it having puppies now. You fixed it.
I just hit it with my wrench a few times, and that it seems to do the trick.
I think the thing lost its entire engine, and you hit it with a wrench, and now it works again.
Hey, who's the mechanic here?
Good point. Ain't gonna question it.
All right. Okay, so you're working on that. Also, let's see. You would have enough fuel to make it to Herd, and then make it to Zeal, and then you'd have to refuel in Zeal. Unless you decide to refuel in Herd.
Which place has better prices?
Yeah, let me do an administrator check to see what the taxes and fees would be and compare.
The going rate is 500 space bucks no matter where you are.
It's controlled by the IAO double C. What's the
BINGO? BINGO?
The 20 MT would control that price.
That's right.
Oh, of course, the one who stays put. Oh, Christ, he's the one who stays put. Could we pick up some mortars and just sell him those in exchange for the blue light specials? That way he doesn't have to move.
So in Zeal, you would have like one place to refuel.
Mhm.
In Herd, you got 5 different planets and a bunch of different places to refuel.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal. We're doing a legitimate job, so we should be able to refuel in Zeal then.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
nobody's wanted here for unpaid parking tickets.
Yeah.
Would there be any difference in the prices depending on where we refuel?
No, it's all
No.
standard 500 space bucks.
Yeah. Okay.
And by that he means it's like where they put the 99-cent thing on the Arizona cans, and then the store charges you more for it anyway.
Right.
You do notice that when you get to Herd, before you make your second spike jump, there is increased UPM activity. There's a lot more patrol boats moving about. You would assume that this is probably related to what happened in the news as far as searching for that Hull Thieland, or maybe just the incidents that occurred with the rat people and what happened on Nur also. But there's definitely an increased presence.
They might be looking for the blue light special.
Wait, quick clarification. I thought our home base was on Herd.
No, it's in the
No.
string system.
Oh, it's in the string system. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. See, I thought the last session, like we stayed in the Herd system, and that's like why we were able to like spike jump around. But okay, our home base is in the string.
And we're only going to Herd after we pick up the blue light specials and get the slave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you make the next jump and you enter Sarok. You enter the Zeal system. There are 2 planets here, Sarok, and there's another planet called Thora.
Let's stop for fuel first, just in case we have to do a spike jump out of here.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yes. So how does refueling work? Is there like a gas station attendant that like comes up and it's like, you know, bring your ship around and they like put a pump in? Or is this like a captain activity? Or is this like an engineering activity?
We just honk the horn and someone comes out.
Yeah. Yeah, you show up at, as you approach Nazir Station, there's a couple ships around. You notice that there's a couple UPM patrol boats moving through the system. In the distance, you get a ping, and as you kind of look at your sensors, you can see a large ship, larger than these patrol boats, in the distance. The signature is not obvious what it is, but there is some sort of large ship in the distance.
In the direction of the station we're going to?
No, it's a good distance away.
This is why you refuel first.
So
What system are we in right now?
you're in
The
Zeal.
It's 0102. If you're looking at the map.
Oh no, I got it. At Nazir Station.
Yeah. You see the little light go off as someone attempts to communicate with you.
Who's on comms?
This is Ori of the Wholesale War mercenary company. We're going to need some fuel.
Yeah, well,
Ari, you forgot the designation number of our ship.
537B 821 587V is our designation number.
Yeah, go ahead, head around. You're cleared for fuel.
Thank you. All right, Jonathan, we can head around.
Okay, I'll take us around to get fuel.
I like to think the internal comms have like all the quality of like a Kmart speaker.
Aisle 5.
I always forget that designation number.
Go ahead and use the Space Express card. We get frequent flyer miles for it.
10 Phillips, you get the 11th free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is anybody going to
It's one free box of borax with each purchase.
is anybody going to get off at Nur Station, go in and buy anything, or are you just going to stay on the ship?
No, I still have my slushy from the other ships still.
I could probably use a Gatorade. A space
I
raid.
was going to stay on the ship.
Okay.
Space Gatorade, I believe it's called.
Space raid.
Not to be confused with its knockoff competitor, Gamma Raid.
Yeah. Yeah, never get gamma ray. That's what they always give you. It's crap.
All right, so you're going to head to the station, Ori?
Yeah. Do I know what's in the stations?
Yeah, it's basically like a big truck stop. So it's fuel, food. There might be a restaurant. There might be a place to shower. Might be a designated place to take a nap.
So Ori would probably see if there's any snacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pick up space chips, some space Doritos.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like your dog agrees.
Yeah, I think that's indigestion.
That's the dog groaning at all the bad space puns.
So yeah, I'd pick up some snacks for the crew.
Oh, Ori, don't forget the space gems.
Yeah, of course. I do love space gyms.
Yeah, I can just see him walking up there with a big stack of stuff.
So, and Ori's feeling given that they just earned 2,000 credits and he's basically been poor his whole life, like he's feeling like extra king of the mountain. So he's gonna buy like more food than he normally would just because he can. So
Remember, we're not allowed to have open containers inside the ship cockpit.
And I'm sure there's some anti-gravity Ziploc bags to help keep things contained.
Oh God, that's going to be such a mess.
No.
I just think it's funny that we have space gyms and space Gatorade, but we're calling it a station and not a space station.
That's because we're slang and cool with the kids. We're trying to be space hip.
See, I was thinking, did they have a dedicated space for naps? That's the perfect time for a napster to branch out a whole new line of business for them.
Yeah, really. God. So anyone catch that new Kevin Spacey movie?
I heard it flopped.
You probably did. It has Kevin Spacey in it.
Hey, is there a legit new Kevin Spacey movie?
No, but there should be.
Yeah, I hear he never went on a style out here.
Oh, I'm starting to pick up now. I'm dumb.
Take your time. No one's judging you.
Except everybody.
Except for the fact that this isn't being edited, so all of SpaceTube is judging you.
All right, so Ori, you're as you go up to the counter with your assorted space snacks, you can hear these two UPM soldiers behind you. You notice that they're UPM because they have like a light blue jumpsuit and it says UPM.
Do they seem like particularly peaceful individuals?
Yeah, they seem to be at peace. And you hear the other talking about, did you hear about this whole thing that happened at the Cheb Life Station? Like, yeah, these mercenaries, they're trouble. Yeah, that guy, he probably got a lucky shot. That's probably what it was.
There was nothing lucky about it. I hear it went clean through him. Both aimed with precision, grace, and skill.
Really?
Yeah. At least that's what they said on the other news station.
What other news?
String news.
String news? Never heard of it. Is it something underground?
It's the local news station for the string system.
I'll have to check that out.
See, I thought each of the systems had their own local news stations. But I've only really stayed in one or two systems my whole life, so it could be that my perception of reality is not the norm.
Those are a lot of space snacks for one person. You buying for more than one or just you?
I'm bringing these back to my friends. They didn't want any, but even if they change their mind, then we'll at least have them. We got, life is good, gentlemen. As I hold up the space gems and waggle them.
As he wiggles his meat in front of a couple of armed men.
Yeah, one looks at the other. We should have picked some up.
I haven't had space gems in a long time, but I remember when I was a kid, the commercials. Step into a space gym. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember those.
Anyways,
I imagine he bought them all. He just like pulled all of them down.
Moonwalk into a space gym.
What brings you gentlemen to this sector?
Oh, just normal patrols, Just trying to keep things under wraps. Considering the incidents that have occurred, at Nur and on Moss and these rat persons.
Do you have any rat problems in the Zeal sector here?
No, can't say that we have.
Rat just goes floating outside one of the windows right behind him.
Well, that's good. I'd hate for the infestation to reach this sector. It's already spread to those others.
Some people speculate that this was a post-Scream skip type of thing.
What's the I think you explained what the skips were at some point. Did you?
Yeah.
Can you remind me what the skips are?
Yeah, it's just like people moved in time went forward. So some planets experienced they move forward in time a couple days.
Gotcha.
Weeks.
Like instantly? Gotcha. Okay.
It's kind of like when you fall asleep after having sex and then you wake up and it's like, oh God, I don't remember any of that.
Yeah, the post-scream skip.
Yep.
Could be.
Now,
I don't remember the last time a post-scream skip ever occurred. I've only heard of them. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Well, we weren't around either. Just heard rumors. How old does Ori look? Does he look pretty young?
He's in his 40s.
Okay.
So he's in his 40s. He's got thinning hair, a gray stubble, and a red spacesuit, or a red jumpsuit, / spacesuit.
So does it have his name on it?
Yeah, in cursive. On the left chest area. And Ori, he does have his eyes he's got night vision implants. So like when you look at his eyes, they look normal, but like in the light, you'll see like a glint, kind of like a cat's eye.
So what brings you out here?
We were heading over. Me and my crew were heading over to Sarok.
There ain't much to do there.
Never been.
I'll save you the trouble. It's not worth going.
Why is that?
Planet's inhospitable. There's a bunch of roving nomads. They'll attack you. Lucky they don't have any kind of spacecraft to get off that rock. They'd be a lot of trouble, but they just kill each other.
They're tech level 2, right? Does that mean they don't get space? Do I know, as like Ori, do I know if like a tech level 2 means that they don't have the ability to do space travel?
Yeah.
Yeah, tech level 2's like muskets and stuff like that.
Yeah, combustion engine.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, we wouldn't. Good thing that we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I don't know what I guess if you're just crossing that off your sector list as places to see, I guess that makes sense. But other than that, I wouldn't hang around there.
I'll be sure not to stay too long. Long enough to maybe see the sights and pick up a postcard and send home to the missus.
Yeah, well, take care of yourself, and we better get back to our patrolling.
Yeah, let me know if there's anything anything else I should be aware of out here. Any kind of danger to avoid.
No, it's been pretty quiet.
No. I'll let you know if I see any of those rat men.
Yeah, you do. Make sure.
And sorry, go on.
Yeah, and if you run into that Lord Mars, I'd really like to meet him.
Of course. I'll let you know. So I pick up like from the counter all my space gyms and space Gatorade and space Doritos and head back into the ship because we don't want plastic bags just kind of floating around. So,
we gotta protect the space environment.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining one of the soldiers seeing Lord Mars and going, "Oh my God, Lord Mars, sign my blaster!"
So I'll walk in and put all the stuff in the kitchen cabinet so it doesn't start flying around. Be like,
Have you ever gotten Dorito dust in zero G? Do you know how long it takes to clean that up?
Do you have any idea how long it takes to clean these touch screens?
Well, I suppose that's a problem for, what's the guy's name?
What?
At our home base, the mechanic?
Theus.
Theus.
Yeah.
Yeah. I suppose that's a long-term issue that Theus can help us resolve.
He comes onto the bridge after we get back, and everything is just coated in an orange dust.
Nacho cheese? Really?
And then he can only just imagine what that means for the bathrooms.
Oh, you don't want to know.
I ran in. There's some UPM patrols in the station there. They seem to be on edge with the recent broadcast by the Lazar News.
Oh, what has them worried?
They're afraid of the rat folk coming in this sector as well. Fortunately, there hasn't been any sightings.
Oh, that's one more thing for us not to worry about.
Well, since we did have actually, no, that was never presented to the group, so we have no idea about the tracking beacon.
Yep, we never knew about that.
Says Sarok's inhospitable, though.
I believe that's why we'll have to wear vac suits and masks to go onto the surface.
In what way is Sarok inhospitable?
We can't breathe the air, I believe.
Oh no, not that.
I know, so terrible.
Also, there's a lot of nomads, and the UPM guards expressed relief rather, the fact that they're not able to get off of the planet. So, Lord Mars, I don't know if I think our gift of a one-man spacecraft could potentially cause some trouble in this sector.
On the other hand, it could be worth even more to us than we expected.
The way I see it, a single one-man craft that we almost blew out of the sky with our armor-piercing, admittedly, but otherwise pretty weak multi-laser array, probably is not going to be the ship that they use to seriously begin to create problems for the interstellar space lanes.
As the IRA once said, if you have a knife, you can get a sword. If you have a sword, you can get a pistol. If you have a pistol, you can get a rifle.
Wait a minute. The civilization on Sarok is not space. Does not achieve space flight?
No, I believe
they
that
haven't even
too.
achieved computers yet.
And we are to be there interacting with their peoples? There are way too many policies and procedures about this sort of contact.
Oh no, it's fine. We're not the first to contact them in this manner.
Right,
There are
they're
still limiting factors.
They're in possession of a pallet of blue light specials that at any moment they could use to end their civilization by exploding any one of them.
Out of curiosity, what is the explosive power of a single blue light special? Are we talking nuclear here, or
No.
no, just a few kilotons only? Each one's like a small mob?
No, not that bad. So as far as Sarok goes, you could land near this village that you know where he's at. You could land outside the village. There's also a UPM depot that is on the planet that's about 20 kilometers from the village.
So they have some experience of spacefaring civilizations if there's a UPM depot there. Like somebody must be guarding that depot.
Yeah. So they're
Out of
probably aware
curiosity-
of some sort of craft, but as far as their understanding of it, who knows?
Out of curiosity, this mission we're doing to pick up the blue light specials, it's above board, correct? Like there's nothing we're doing illegal here. We were just told to... pick up these things for actual court evidence.
Other than the fact that blue light specials themselves are illegal to carry.
True, however,
No.
we are picking them up for a court case, though. So, I mean, technically we would have some, I'd assume, prosecution or defense attorney information or shit going on.
I mean, you have paperwork from Tula and Associates to bring them into Churates.
Mhm. So, I mean, we could maybe just visit the UPM depot and go in with them. Don't have to hide anything. Technically, if we're not doing anything illegal, then we're getting him out of their hair.
I mean, I would prefer that we do it that way rather than leave our ship unattended and undefended on Planet of the Apes over there.
What ridiculous things. Civilized apes. Never gonna happen.
I guess.
I bet. he
I
could
guess
make him
that's
fight
fine.
for-
I guess I'm just concerned whether or not UPM is gonna want to take a little off the top.
Well, there's not really anything to take off the top, especially for their own safety.
There are
Scared.
I mean, what would we imagine, given that our characters know more than we do, what would we imagine UPM's reaction would be to, we're here to pick up a pallet of blue light specials from the primitives because they're needed for a court case on Churates?
You would be like, they'd be like, what the fuck? You're here to pick up what? What the hell is that doing here?
Well, somehow it wound up in the hands of a warlord.
Do not worry, UPM officers. I have all the documentation we need to secure the pallet.
Just so long as the UPM wouldn't be like, well, we'll let you go get them, but we're taking them as soon as you bring them back.
Yeah. I mean, is this court case against UPM?
No.
Oh,
Sindum Industries is the one who built the Blue Light Special.
in that case, they should fully support our actions here.
So yeah, in that case, yeah, let's risk parking at the UPM depot.
Yeah. Shit. What's the worst they do? Give us a ticket?
Which we will pay.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, of course we will. We get reimbursed for our expenses. Why wouldn't we pay whatever fees are necessary?
exactly.
The minute we get down to the station, oh my God, it's Lord Mars! Sign my pistol!
Wholesale war isn't cheap like that other Thursday group. Backdoor Boogie doesn't. I hear they don't pay for expenses, so they just have to loot. They just have to loot their payment back.
We don't even pay our dollars.
One of them is so poor that they require an actual wrench as a prosthetic.
That's just barbaric.
That poor wrench. It's so dented now.
So the ship breaks through the clouds atmosphere, and you just see like a small little dome and a landing pad. There is like one patrol ship there. It is very remote. It's in the middle of like this grassland, and it looks very yellow.
Well, here's a question. How far is the UPM depot from where the Warlord is?
What I
20
say?
miles, I think you said?
20 kilometers.
Kilometers? That backwards form of measurement which no one uses?
It's all for Brendan's sake. Okay.
I see.
So this is a system with a red dwarf planet
That's the sun, yes.
or a red dwarf sun.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
If there's a red dwarf planet, can I meet the species that actually lives on it? Because that'd be pretty amazing.
So everybody remember to use the word smeg a lot.
Smeg.
So I assume somebody will calm down to the UPM station to let them know we're landing. Not just, knock the patrol ship out of the way by banging into it several times.
Requesting permission to land.
Yeah, sure. Welcome to Sarok Delta Station. Sure. And there's enough room next to this patrol ship to land. So you see somebody coming out there in a back suit, and they've got the little lights, and they're kind of like, signaling you to land, where to put your ship.
I hide my open container and start landing.
The ship just blows all this like grass and like these cattails and dandelions and all this like yellow dust just like covers everything. You can see it all over the dome. You can see it like it's blown around on the ship. This guy's back suit is like covered. It looks all yellow.
Ugh. Does like yellow, like if that's the color, or yellow as in like it's like there's something on it?
It's covered in pollen.
Yeah, exactly. It's covered. It's all in pollen.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Ori. This is Jonathan. This is Lord Mars and Hallcroft.
Hail, Cree.
So I would assume you guys are out of the ship and now inside the little station.
Yeah.
Sure.
And these guys are like playing video games. They're just hanging out. There's two of them in there. One gets back in, puts his lights down. There's another person in there in an orange jumpsuit with white lapels. You would know these as an ICAAOS inspector. And sitting next to him has got a huge flashlight. And he kind of sits up as you guys come in, watching you. Hey, so welcome to Sarok Delta Station. What are you here for?
We're picking up a package.
Oh, okay. Didn't know there was any deliveries. They usually come through here. We're not expecting anything.
No, you wouldn't be. There's a warlord on your planet that has a crate filled with evidence for a legal proceeding on churates. We were told to come here, collect it from him, and take it back.
Oh, Rostov. Yeah. He's holding something for you?
I have to admit, I don't know if he realizes he's holding it for us, but we were told to come and get it. So if he is not amenable to releasing it, we'll have to negotiate some price to get it from him. But it's necessary for a case against Sindum Industries on churates.
A case against Sindum?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's I'm all for that. That's good. Whatever it is, sure. Okay. Well, Rostov's a pretty amicable guy, so.
That's good. Would you rate him as nicer than other warlords you've met?
Yeah, he's much nicer. Usually the nomads attack us when they roll through here.
Does this place have a lot of defenses around it or anything, or is it all kind of open?
It's kind of just open.
Okay.
What are you doing here? Like, what is the UPM outpost here for?
That's a good question. I'm glad you asked that. We're really not sure ourselves. We get paid, and we play video games, and eat lots of space Doritos, and it's not a bad assignment.
I just picked some up. You know, they have a new flavor. Cosmic Cool. Sounds good.
It does. It does sound good. We probably should get some sent to us. About this time, that's when the person in the orange jumpsuit with the white lapel stands up. Well, I'm not here for that. I'm here to check to make sure there's any illegal trading going on. And he grabs his flashlight, walks over. I don't I don't think you're the messenger types.
You may not think that, but I have the Form 3605 here giving us our authority to pick up the crates, and then the CFS 902, which is the ledger indicating the inventory that we are seeking, the VTCO9-12, which is also important in the transactionary process.
He takes your forms and looks at them. It's like they're all in order. You deliver a pallet of blue light specials.
Correct.
That's what the Warlord has, yes.
Yes.
And that's what the form says. And so that is what it is.
Yeah. Well, that's nice and everything. But I'm going to have to override this form with my own form, Alpha 785, which gives me the authority to confiscate anything that is dangerous or hazardous to the livelihood of people on this planet.
And
So-
I review this form
Of course you
that
can.
gives you this authority.
Not a problem.
So as I review it, does it all look legit?
Yes, it does. Basically gives them the authority to pretty much confiscate anything they deem as dangerous to the planet or harmful to humanoid life.
Well, we don't have those blue light specials, so good luck getting them yourselves. And I'll start heading back for our ship.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we just fly closer, land, go, get them, fly away.
They're kind of like, what the fuck are they going to do?
Great, unless they get there and get them before us.
I'd like to see them try.
I mean, we would be taking these away and thus confiscating them from harming the individuals on this planet. And in the process, bringing them to a legal proceeding, which their presence is required.
I'm going to have to let my supervisor determine that. I will go ahead and process this paperwork if you want to stand fast or wait on your ship, but we will be definitely taking this this item with the proper bomb maintenance crew to come out here and remove these potentially deadly materials. And he just turns he goes and sits down at like a terminal and starts typing away.
Ori will follow Lord Morris back into the ship.
So yeah, one of the UPM soldiers walks next to you, Ori, and he's like, "Hey man, sorry about that. Just go and grab it yourself and just get out of here. By the time they process this paperwork, it'll be at least a day or so."
Thanks for the heads up.
Hey, no problem. Hey, and if you get a lead on those chips, send them my way, will you?
Definitely will.
Okay.
Is this inspector guy? Are they all like this? This stuck up?
Yeah, he's kind of a tight ass. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't suppose you've finished these standard hazing rituals for new members here.
Oh no, I don't want to get kicked off this assignment. It's pretty easy.
That's fair. Well, thank you. Have fun.
Oh yeah. And he turns around and is like, "Yeah, you need some help with those forms. So let me go ahead and start processing some stuff."
Good luck beating StarCraft.
Thanks.
Space StarCraft.
So you guys all
Starcraft in space.
get in the ship, take off, and fly closer.
Yes.
Yeah. Someone has a sword they can hit him with, right?
Nothing worse than Sindoom sympathizers.
At this point, I'm pretty convinced he is.
Well, he's an agent from the ICAOS, right?
Yeah, he's an inspector.
An inspector. So they're the body over all of the people. So they're not going to have any preference towards anybody.
No, but they are stopping a court.
I have difficulty believing Sindoom isn't planting people in the ICAOS who are sympathetic to their point of view.
At the end of the day, there's no good reason for an inspector who wants the safety of the galaxy upheld to go ahead and say, no, we're not going to let you collect the important, dangerous evidence to take to a court case about this stuff.
That's true. I just also find it hard to believe that they would, that Sindoom Industries would, or not Sindoom. Yeah, Sindoom Industries would hire or try to establish a sympathetic inspector on a backwater planet quite far from it.
Well, they don't have to hire them, or what they just have to do is have the people who become inspectors come from Sindoom.
I'm kind of battling right now with what my character would know versus what I know, because I know planets that are revolve around brown dwarfs. Those that are close enough to actually benefit from the heat given off by brown dwarfs are bombarded with such ridiculous levels of X-rays that they would be killed. And so I'm just wondering if maybe they were put out here.
This is like the
like this is the assignment that nobody tells them is really deadly.
It's like we're gonna put you. It's like hey, we're gonna station you in Australia for a few weeks.
Yeah. Oh, and here's this cream. Don't worry about the label. It's not a spider attractant. It's a spider repellent. That was just a mislabeling.
See, whereas I was sort of more thinking that, I don't know if Lord Mars would have put this together, but somehow a palette of blue light specials wound up on this planet, which suggests to me Sindoom has some contact with this planet.
I mean, it is an entire palette of them fully wrapped in
now I'm sort of expecting we'll take the pallet and start to fly away, and that large ship, who otherwise was completely unthreatening and therefore can't possibly become a threat to us later, will suddenly turn out to be a threat to us, and it will be like a Sindoom ship.
In UPM space.
But right now, I'm just assuming we will go pick up the pallet, outsmart the administrator, and be safely on our way out of here.
Yeah.
See, Ori probably wouldn't have put that together.
Let's go park next to the Warlord and see what he wants.
Okay, so you just lift the ship up and move out. As you go across the grass, you can see that there's like a herd of some kind of animal running along the grasslands, stirring up all this yellow pollen. You approach the Warlord's area. There's like 40 different little structures, all made of stone, of one story. They got some kind of fires going as you see the smoke. They also have different animals in pens.
How many people does it look like are here?
There's probably close to 200 or 300.
Okay, so Lord Mars might have to reload once or twice.
So is there any way for us to not necessarily, like, I assume we could at least lock the ship if need be, but is there any way to just keep it like flying in a circle so that we can recall it later and nobody can like beat the door in and get on board?
Technically, I think I have the best idea out of anyone here. You three go down. I'll stay on the ship above, and the minute we know the location of the blue light specials, you hop back on. Then we'll just track to beam them up onto the ship and leave.
I mean, unless they're in a building, then
We can track to beam up the whole building. Look at these little shits.
Playing in their mud huts with their blue light specials.
Yeah, let's take a look, see what we can find.
Okay, so you're just going to drop them off?
I think that would be best for now,
Okay.
as opposed to going ahead and parking the ship here and expecting no one to pick up one of the blue light specials and shoot a hole in it.
Are you going to go in orbit around the planet? Or are you just going to stay like right in the atmosphere and fly around? Or what do you
Nearby, not too far.
Okay. All right. So how close do you drop them off? Like a kilometer away?
Well, they're going to have to do the negotiating. What do you guys think? Drop you off right on top of them?
I say right on top of them. We let them know how impressive we are. Like, you just fly up to a window and we jump through into the Warlord's courtroom.
It says, I am Lord Mars.
What's up, bitches?
We have come to treat with ye.
Okay. So yeah, you fly right on top as these cattle or oxen in these pens start to scatter and move away. A couple of the people who are outside grab their kids and run inside their little buildings, and shit's blowing everywhere. And you land. The three of you get out. Ship takes off again. And in the
You got
distance,
your Radio Shack radios, right?
in the distance, you see that there's a group coming towards the village. One vehicle looks like it is. Everybody else looks like they're on some kind of beast riding, but this other thing, it looks like a vehicle. It looks like a flatbed truck with some kind of weapon on the back, and it drives up. It looks like there's a road that they use, and it's driving up. You can see that the gunner is looking at the ship as it goes by. They all come into the village. It's this big truck stops. The other people who are riding, they're riding creatures that look like the cross between a wolf and an anteater, that have saddles. They look very tribal, like war paint, long hair. They're carrying like bolt action rifles. They all get off and they begin to surround the group slowly. The truck passenger door opens and a hulking humanoid gets out, long hair. He's got scars and he's wearing looks like a smock. The war paint, you would assume, on braids. You've come here for the package. You are early.
Are we? Well, we weren't actually given a time frame, so we got here as quickly as we could.
Did Enigma send you?
Sure. Enigma did send us.
Give me a talk roll.
I assume charisma again.
Yeah.
8.
And you have brought me a gift.
Well, we weren't told what to bring you in exchange for the package, but we can certainly negotiate a proper payment for it.
Excellent. Would you like to come and sit down, have a drink, have some food? I have plenty of eyes for you.
When you say plenty of eyes, what do you mean by that?
And he walks over to the pens, and there's like these swine that are moving around in the pen. They have like mismatched tusks. and they have tumorous flesh that is full of eyes and vestigial mouths. Eyes.
Well, I'm sure my friends might be interested. However, it is a religious holiday for me, and I'm afraid I'm in the middle of a fast.
Oh. Nisei does not tell me about these things that you have.
Well,
So
there
perhaps we can discuss what payment were you expecting for this package?
Enough weapons for my warriors. Something like this, and he points to the weapon that is on the flatbed. Is some kind of anti-vehicle laser cannon.
Is there a lot of fighting out here?
Only when we are provoked. Only when the nomads come on my land and try to take it.
Does that happen often?
Too much.
I would also be upset if people tried to take my possessions without the proper requisition form.
You said it appeared to be an anti-vehicle laser?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, I don't think we have an extra one of those, but we do have the spaceship that we are willing to trip, where we can give you.
A ship.
Yes, it is. It is a small one. It's big enough for one person, but it may prove useful and at least getting around the planet.
And it has weapons on it.
It does.
What kind?
Similar to that, but probably a bit more powerful. Designed to be used way high up in the sky above the air itself.
I can easily search my lands, keep the nomads away.
Yeah, you could shoot them right from the sky and they can't touch you.
Yes.
I'm not so sure if they need more anti-vehicle lasers. Not machine guns, they need anti-vehicle lasers. What the fuck are they being attacked by? AT-ATs?
By wolf anteaters, if nothing else.
Giant wolf anteaters that are immune to bullets. There's some weird shit going on here.
Hey, I am almost immune to bullets. I just need another point in my focus, and I will be immune to bullets.
True. I like to assume that's not because you're actually really strong or anything. You're just getting progressively fatter from eating too much.
Too many Cosmic Cool Doritos.
Let us come inside. We shall negotiate.
Sounds good. And Ori will turn in disgust from the eyes as I imagine they all just kind of look at us.
Yeah, they all look at you.
Laughs in Azathoth.
So yeah, you enter his what would be his main room. It's just a brick build. It's just a stone building. There is a humanoid-looking man in here, maybe 20. He is dressed in their garb, looks completely out of place, like he does not belong. Talking to, you would assume, there look like about 4 or 5 females who are locals. And he stands up. Oh, you're back soon, and you've brought friends. I wasn't aware of this. Is this your enigma? And he kind of, I'll be right back. He comes and walks over to the group. Can I help you?
Who are you?
I'm Nisei. I'm a university student. I go to the University of Cultural Understanding at your rates.
What are you doing out here with the nicest warlord in the system?
Well, I'm doing my doctoral thesis.
Interesting. Did your university send you to this planet?
Yes.
So how did this warlord obtain like that vehicle and the laser on the back of it?
Someone he claims he called Enigma showed up. Told him to store something for him and wait. He dropped off this vehicle and the weapon.
I suppose that
Students
makes
lying.
sense.
Students lying. The dog just said it.
We're here to pick up that package and deliver it to the people who need it.
No, Kurt, your character would know this person's lying. We have no University of Cultural Understanding on Curates. Our cultural understanding is a bullet to the head. You would know this.
Are you both from Churits?
I am.
I'm
I
not.
don't know who he is. I'm joking.
But Rostov said that you still have, it's 7 days from now or so. Is early?
Well, assuming the package he's talking about is the same package as we picked up, which is to say a pallet of blue light specials. We weren't necessarily told we were supposed to be here on a certain day, so we just came here quickly after we were told to pick it up.
Very well.
And I'm
Anyways,
going to step aside and calm up to Jonathan to say that, yeah, we're going to need him to land and then pilot over the one-man spaceship. Because obviously we're going to have to demonstrate how it works as part of selling this thing to him.
Did we determine that the one-man spaceship works now, correct?
Yeah, you got it enough that it will fly.
Okay. Okay, then I'll land nearby. It's perfectly safe, I'm sure.
Okay, yeah, they go out to see this demonstration.
and Ori's like, he's gonna give me like the Vanna White, like.
I'll do the typical flips and tricks and all the other fun stuff I need to do to demonstrate it.
Okay,
But I keep the doors on the ship locked.
give me a pilot roll.
I get 3 dice to do this. That is a... And that's plus my pilot, so a 12 total.
Yeah, he is like amazed at what you can do. And he looks at you and says, I can do that now? Will I be able to do that?
Well, you'll have to practice a little bit. We'll show you how the controls work. He's been doing this for a long time. You'll want to take it easy until you're comfortable with it. Like riding one of your steeds, I'm sure. A little bit of practice always helps.
Yeah, just some. You probably want to take it slowly a couple times around the grass fields.
As soon as the ship lands, he runs over to it. This is mine now?
Can we see our pallet that we're supposed to deliver first? It's yours once we take the pallet.
Yes, and he points to a couple of his warriors. Take them to where it is. And 2 of the warriors get on these, they're called weeders, the wolf anteater creatures. You follow us.
So I'll follow them.
Okay.
Yeah. They're not expecting us to get on one of these mounts, are they?
No.
Okay, good, because I would break them.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you deal with second two-story buildings and stuff like that?
Who, me?
Yeah. You weigh 2,000. You weigh
1,200 pounds.
1,200 pounds.
Okay, so most elevators can't accept you.
But these are space elevators, right? So they're built stronger.
Zero gravity.
Right. Also, I'm used to being in much higher gravity, so I can jump real high if I need to, and just Kool-Aid man myself through the wall, since I'm essentially a giant wrecking ball at that point,
Okay, that makes sense.
or living wrecking ball.
So, Jonathan, you've landed the
little craft.
the smart ship, and he's standing like right outside it, waiting. Are you going to get out?
I take the key out, then I get out. Are you ready to learn how to fly your
Yes,
ship?
I'm ready to drive. And he goes and sits in the seat as soon as you get out.
Now, do you know how to fly one of these?
It should be easy.
Well, let me show you a few peculiarities with the vessel here.
Rostov can do it. Just show me where is the takeoff.
Well, it's this button right over here, and then that goes with the throttle, and that allows you to go ahead and gain altitude using the main propulsion system of the thrusters. That'll allow you to lift off.
So yeah, as soon as you say this, but the first button, he just is starting to fiddle with it, trying to get this thing off the ground. It starts to like hover off the ground. It's like 10 feet off the ground as he's just messing with switches and trying to fly it.
No, careful. And I'll start trying to explain to him everything he needs to do from the ground.
Okay. So as you guys are headed about 2 kilometers outside the village, with these 2 warriors who are kind of leading the way. Let's see. Give me, no, you wouldn't have to roll anything. You all notice a spear come hurling towards you and land like in the middle of your position. Sticks in the ground. The 2 warriors kind of like V off and pull up their rifles and start looking around.
I'd pull out my rifle and start looking around too.
Okay.
Are these hostile attacks?
These are the nomads.
Couldn't just be easy.
Primitives. I'm sure we can dispatch a few primitives. As meanwhile, like 1,000 pressed over a hill. Yeah, I'm going to look to see, like, in the direction where the spear came from.
Okay. I think that's notice.
Sounds about right.
This is a tech level 2 civilization and the nomads have speeders? There is some weird shit going on.
I said spears.
Oh, spears, okay. You said speeder for some reason.
No.
Speeders? I said Speedos.
No, that's what I'm wearing right now.
I got an 11.
Okay. Yeah, you notice that like over a berm, there is like 4 of them kind of like keeping watch. They have
since I'd look for one of them who no longer has a spear or who looks like he's in a position where he just threw one.
Yeah, I mean, he's moving behind the other 3, as the other 3 noticeably have spears.
Then, since I know he's moving behind the other 3, I still would take aim at that one and shoot.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
No burst fire. My attack roll was 20 and my damage was 7.
Okay. You shoot. You can see as you size him up, and he tries to scoop behind one of them, and you just down. He gets shot, and you just hear everybody hears a go. Ah! The other two who are riding these creatures let out a cheer, and they like lock and load their weapons. Let's roll initiative.
God, you've started a war.
We only had to be here like a little while. The war is going to last for years.
I think the best part is now you've become Rostov's official champion and his greatest warrior.
I got an 8 on my initiative.
Okay.
What's initiative modified by?
Dex, I think.
Yes.
Okay. I got 17.
Oh, you roll a D8.
It's a D8 plus your dex.
Oh,
So,
okay.
As I said,
dex?
I got 17. I have a lot of dex, okay?
All right, that's a 3.
I got an 8.
Here, call me if you need me.
All right. Jonathan, go ahead and roll.
Go ahead and roll. Okay. 6.
Okay. Lord Mars or Ari, you're up first.
Since Lord Mars already shot, I would imagine he'd just shoot again.
Yeah, is that guy down or did he just get hit?
Yeah, he's dead.
Okay, then I would aim at another one of those guys. You know what? In fact, I am going to, let me see. I'm going to pick out just whichever guy's up in front, I guess. I'm not going to use burst fire for now. I got a 24 and did 13 damage.
Okay, yeah, the second, it's another shot. You pick the other one off. As he turns to see his companion drop dead, like goes right through him, collapses to the ground. There's 2 left. Or you're up.
How far are they from us?
They are 50 meters.
Okay. Is this game played? Are we playing this in meters?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we says range, it's 100 meters. Okay. So I'm gonna brandish my laser pistol and shoot one of the primitives.
All right.
Let's see. That's.
It's a laser weapon, so you get +1 to hit with it as well.
What are the modifiers? This is actually the first combat round since
You
last.
have dexterity, okay? You're shooting a ranged weapon, so it's dex, shoot, base attack bonus, and you're using a laser weapon, so that's an automatic +1.
Okay.
Do you have anything in shoot?
Well, I got a 0, so.
Okay, so that's
I don't.
nothing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's your dex.
So I got a 20, not natural.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely a hit.
And then it does 1 damage.
Okay.
It's your damage plus your dex modifier.
1 damage.
You rolled a 1?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh.
So Ori brandishes his pistol, excited to get some action. He just has a great shot, and it just like grazes past him.
It doesn't actually hit him. It just, gets close enough to burn his skin because it's a laser.
That'll show those primitives.
Jonathan, go ahead. Give me. You're trying to instruct him on how to fly this ship.
Yep.
Where the hell are the skills at? Oh, here's the skill list. Okay.
You got talk, you got pilot, you got BDSM, lead, administrator.
Yeah, lead would be good. Let's do lead.
Okay, we can do the lead. That's not bad. That's a 9 total.
Okay. He seems to be responding to what you're saying. He's still got it in the air. It's kind of like he stopped it from spinning in a circle, and now he's just kind of hovering like 15 feet above the ground, moving around.
Now you want to release the clutch and then slowly accelerate.
He's got the hatch part, the big window, the
sunroof,
like the hatch, open. So he's listening. And he's just moving the levers around.
Yay!
Hal Crate, you're up.
So I don't know if we decided what's my jump distance that I could jump.
Oh crap!
Did we ever figure that out?
I don't know if we did or not.
I think last time I was able to jump 30 meters with ease.
Sounds about right.
So, them being 50 meters away. Also, what is the amount that you can move in this?
You can move 10 meters around.
Yeah.
Okay. So, could I use, because we have those hero points, right?
The hustle points, yep.
The hustle point. Could I use a hustle point to be able to get that distance?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Could I also include in the hustle point maybe jumping on one of them?
Sure, I'll let you jump on one of them. You want to jump on the one that Ori shot or the one that was not shot at?
The one that Ori shot.
Okay.
All right. Do you want me to do an attack roll for that, or how do you want to do with that one?
Yeah, just do an attack roll.
Okay. I rolled an 8. I don't know what that would translate to, but you know what? Screw it. I'll use my warrior ability to just make it a success.
Okay.
And then, so what would be the damage for its 1,200-pound creature jumping 50 meters through the air to land on somebody?
That would be 3 bludgeoning.
They don't have a whole lot of HP. You would probably crush one of them.
Okay. Excellent.
So, yeah, you spring in the air and land on one, crushing him.
As he questions his decisions, as your legs land on top of his face, he looks up your skirt and wonders, I never knew. And then he dies.
So there's one left. He sees you land next to him. Looks terrified. He reaches down for like a horn and blows this horn, and then up in the grass pop up all these heads. There looks to be about 30 nomads all pop up with their spears ready to go.
The Horn of Gondor.
The warriors see this and fire off a shot in the air. One of them shoots and takes down one of the guys who popped up, fires and hits one. And we are back to the top of the lineup.
So there's still one uninjured one.
There's one there's one that's standing next to Hellcraith, and now you see like 19 heads pop up over the grass.
I assume Hellcraith has got the one next to him, since all he has to do really is fall over on top of him. So I'm going to aim at one of the heads that have popped up in the grass.
Just imagining Hellcraith falling over on one of them, and then he starts making blood snow angels everywhere.
I rolled an 18 to hit.
Yeah, it's a hit.
I did 11 damage.
Yeah, another one drops to the ground. Aura, you're up. Unless Lord Mars, you want to do anything else?
Nope.
All right. He's going to attack again, and on one of the 18 that are currently popped up.
Okay.
That's a 8 to hit.
You fire off and goes off into the distance.
Rats.
Thankfully not.
Yeah, and then suddenly Lord Mars is like, where?
Jonathan, you hear the gunfire. You hear the shot go off. And Rostov, who's in the ship, recognized that single gunshot. He knows that. And you hear the horn. And he starts to panic.
No,
he's
calm
like,
yourself.
We're under attack. We must assist.
Yes. You fly towards them. You can fire the gun by pulling the trigger when you need to.
All right.
I'll be right behind you.
So give me another lead.
No. Okay. Oh, Jesus. That's a 9 this time.
Okay. So yeah, he sort of is headed in that direction. He's kind of like flopping around.
I believe in him.
The flatbed truck drives up. The guy drives up, and he's looking around and
follow your leader. You're under attack.
We need man on gun.
Oh, good heavens. And I'll hop upon the gun, I guess. Forward, slave boys!
All right. So he
Now,
starts to take off.
This is a combustion vehicle. I don't have to whip them to get them to start running with it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Not like a chariot, which would be
So
awesome.
you are behind the anti-vehicle laser gun.
Oh, fun. Do these people count as vehicles? I know they are technically vessels for their souls.
All right, Hellcraith, you're up.
All right, so I take out my inertial hammer, and then I go to whack the one next to me. God damn it. Miss.
You sure? Is this a different dice tower you're using?
No, same one.
All right.
Dice Tower just doesn't like sci-fi, is the problem.
Yeah. I only play fantasy like a real man. Snobbity snob.
I don't think I've rolled above a 10 in this game.
Well,
Like, not just this session, but in this game.
You did when you rolled initiative the first time.
Yeah, because it didn't count, and the dice knew it didn't count.
The dice are just mocking you at this point.
You miss, but this.
Oh wait, I have. My weapon does do shock damage.
Right.
Yes.
So.
Now this guy has a 25 AC.
So unless it's like his AC is above a 13, he takes 2 shock damage.
Yeah, he is. You swing and miss it, but he's like terrified, like frozen in place.
Does some pee come out?
Yes. And other bodily fluids.
I mean, it makes sense. A giant rock creature, golem-like thing, just crushing a buddy of his.
Yeah, I'd piss myself in that situation, to be honest.
All right. Okay. All right. So, what is your armor class, Hellcrate?
As our barbarian soaks up 20 attacks.
14.
Okay. So 3 of them attack you and 2 hit. Do spears even damage you?
Well, I have woven body armor, plus I'm made of rock, so I don't know if you want to do anything with that.
Super effective.
I think Woven's a tech level 3 thing, and I think only tech level 4 has the immunity to primitive stuff. I'm not sure, though.
Six. What are you wearing?
I'm wearing woven body armor.
The nice lacy kind.
All right, you take 2 damage as you take 2 kind of scrapes.
Mm-hmm.
It does takes away some of the damage. Obviously, it does reduce it, but so there's only 2 damage that you take. As 2 of the spears hit, another one lands in one of the dead bodies. That was 3 of them. All right. All right. Ori, what's your armor class?
Where the hell did I put it?
If you're using the character sheet, it's usually
13.
down on the.
Yeah, 13.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so that's 1 hit. So 1. So 5 spears come flying at you. What kind of armor do you have?
Secure clothing.
Yeah. You take 4 damage as a spear. You're hit with a spear.
Sweet. So as a spear, it punctures. It goes through Ori's arm, and he like kneels to the ground. I only have 5 hit points. so
You should have max hit points.
Yeah, my max is 5 hit points.
Okay. So your vac suit is damaged, but as long as the spear's in there, you're fine. If you pull that out, you'll be in trouble.
Yeah. So Ori's having a hard time adjusting. He's kind of got the spins right now.
All right. So what's your AC, Lord Mars?
18.
The greatest among us.
What kind of armor do you have?
None.
Do primitive weapons not affect you?
No, they do until I can improve my focus.
Okay.
My Ironhide focus.
So you take 6 damage from 1 spear.
That's a nice spear.
It's almost max damage.
Yeah.
I will consider kneeling down beside kneeling Ori. But decide against it.
That's not cool, man.
Godzilla.
All right. The rest of them will attack the other. Oh, it's actually a critical. The rest of them will attack the warriors who came with you. Fairly unprepared for this battle. 20 Okay. So you hear one of the warriors like fire a shot as 2 spears hit him. He falls off the creature, and the creature makes a horrible noise and begins to run. The other one dodges a couple of these spears and like gets to the side of it. Try to avoid the spears as they all land in the grass. He tries to take cover. Ori, you're up. Or Lord Mars. Let's go first.
Ori's he's going to on his meta tool on his wrist, he's gonna press a few buttons and communicate. Says, rough stuff. Can you hear this? Can you hear me? As he tries to communicate with the one-man ship.
Rostov, can you hear me?
I don't know if Rostov would know how to communicate back.
Rostov is like going to hit. There's like a big red button. Maybe this is communications. As he presses
Missile volley starts.
He presses the eject button.
He is scrambling. He's scrambling to figure out where this voice is coming from.
Rostov, this is Ori. I'm able to communicate with you because I was working on the ship. We are being attacked by the nomads, and we could use your help to gun them down from above. This is, after all, why you wanted the ship in the first place.
All right, let's hope Rostov can figure that out. Lord Mars.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot at another one. I rolled a 15 to hit, but
Yep.
13 damage, max damage.
Yep, very dead. Another one drops to the ground.
And then I'm gonna step in front of Ari.
All right. Jonathan,
Yes.
you are on the flatbed truck driving up to the scene. You can see that a few of your companions, you can see Lord Mars stepping in front of Ori. There's some spears. Potentially one of them or both of them been injured.
Can I see the spear wielders who threw them?
Yes, you can. You can see about 17 of them all lined up.
Stop right here. All lined up in a perfectly straight line. How far away am I still?
You would.
As long as I'm within 2 kilometers, I'm fine.
Yeah. You're probably 150 meters away.
Okay. I'm going to shoot at the best looking cluster I can to try and shoot through several of them. Because this is a fucking anti-vehicle laser.
Okay.
How does this make sense?
All right.
People are vehicles too, for a lot of things.
Yeah, like billions of bacteria.
Exactly.
All right. So is it? What's the damage on this thing?
3d10.
Okay. Give me a roll 3d10.
Okay, so that's a 19 plus 3 to hit.
Please don't shoot at the group where I am.
That's 10. And then that's 25 points of damage.
All right.
Of laser.
Now I want you to roll 3d6.
3d6. Okay, I got these right here. Oh, Jesus. That's 17. I could have used those on some stat rolls earlier.
17, you say?
Yeah.
Do you have? Are you proficient in shoot?
I have a +1 in shoot.
Okay. So describe to me how you pull up in the flatbed truck and mow these guys down.
I just see them all lined up like British infantry and pull the trigger once. And it just goes straight through all their heads in a perfect line, that one beam. I guess. I mean, it's a laser.
Are you still fighting with that one? Yeah, the one terrified one. So, Ori is still trying to communicate with Rostov in the ship, and Lord Mars, you hear the noise of a laser, and you look up to see that the entire group of attackers are down. Except for the one that Hellcraith is fighting, because he's still there, and even more terrified as more bodily fluids begin to evacuate his system. If you wish to attack, you can.
Oh, I will. There we go. Rolled a 19. I don't know what that is
that's
total.
definitely a hit.
And then my damage is 8 plus 1. 4 damage.
That is just enough to bring him down.
All right. So I strike him in the head with my inertial hammer, and as it hits, there's just a splash because it liquefies the bone and tissue. And then, so then are we out of initiative now?
Yes, you've
All right,
killed all
so
the
then,
attackers.
Everybody would notice Hailcraith then methodically taking his inertial hammer, which is like a two-handed hammer that you guys would know he uses for food. because he uses it to destroy rocks that he will then eat. But you notice him methodically using the hammer now to bash in every person's head, the head of every single corpse on the ground.
I'd like to state all the people I hit with the anti-vehicle laser, none of them have heads anymore, and they're all in different poses, so it's just like fountains of blood everywhere.
Oh, perfect. Well, then that's much less work for Hellcrate.
Yeah, exactly.
So there would be the one that, or one or two that Lord Mars killed, and then there would be the one that I killed that whose head is liquefied now. So yeah. You would notice Hellcrate doing that, though.
And as you start doing that, Lord Mars would just take a moment to just in front of Hellcrate doing it, Lord Mars would be crushing the heads.
Not one of the people who was hit by the anti-vehicle laser actually fell to the ground, so whatever pose they have when they died, they're just a headless fountain now.
Well, Rostov, we took care of it. You can continue discovering the controls for the aircraft.
So you see the craft like looping and spinning around as it's making its way in your direction. I think I have it. And just at that moment, he spins around and hits the ground, and the ship starts to spin apart, and he goes flying in the air, and the ship rolls and comes to a stop, and he is lying on the ground somewhere moaning.
I knew we shouldn't have used a Prius.
Well, given that Ori just kind of like looks down and is like, hey, fucking idiot. Because Ori's pretty hurt too, so he's not going to be like getting up and really be concerned about Rostov's dumbass.
Oh, he forgot to let out the clutch.
So we are out of initiative.
Lord Mars is in the same boat. I am sufficiently close to death that I'm not going to rush over to see what happened to Rostov.
You can hear the creatures, the weeders running through the grass as the warriors are making their way to the battle. Probably 20 or 30 of them. The one that survived the initial attack gets off and looks around and then runs over to you, Jonathan, and leaps up onto the flatbed. You are a hero, and gives you a big hug.
Oh, no, it was nothing, really. I just pulled a trigger. Nothing, really.
Well, you did aim it in the right direction, so there's that. I only got barely a hit.
And that's what you needed that time, though. You did your best, and that's all that matters. You'll get more next time, I'm certain of it.
Thanks, Dad.
Anytime. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going out for cigarettes. Goodbye for 15 years.
Yeah, so you notice Ori's got a huge spear sticking out of his arm.
Where did this spear come? I look around. Is anyone around him who could have thrown the spear?
Well, when they started, yeah.
Oh, Ori, never mind.
Yeah.
And then
I was thinking of
Hellcrate,
Rostov for a second.
once Hellcrate is done with his grisly work, he will jump through the air to rejoin the group.
No, too much! Shockwave throws everyone 20 feet in the air.
Does anybody here have any savviness with first aid, healing, medical?
We have a medical facility on the ship. We do have a medical facility on the ship.
Well,
so I'm going to look at the one that just declared Jonathan to be a hero and say, so how about you take your hero and his friends here to the pallet as we were headed towards that anyway.
Okay.
Yes, quite.
All right, yeah, they drive the truck over to looks like a pit, and they uncover it. They had it, covered with whatever natural camouflage that they used, and there, sure enough, is a crate of blue light specials marked.
So I would suggest that, Jonathan, you ride back in the truck and fly the ship here rather than we try to carry a crate of blue light specials overland.
What could go wrong?
You have to realize it's a very small crate. See, look, I have it right here. Let's go. No, I'll take the truck back to the ship and I'll bring the wounded with me. It's probably best if we go ahead and have Hal stay here, because he's the only one who's not slowly bleeding to death.
Correct. I do have a few chips on my outer facade, but that is all.
And
One of
out
the-
of,
I think Ari can go with you, but I'd probably stay and guard.
okay. Out of curiosity, your suit, if it's penetrated, but you're just, bleeding from chips, you're fine. You're not going to choke to death, are you?
Are you talking to me or
To Hal.
Oh. Well, Hal crates, he doesn't, his is kind of more like a helmet than it is a
Okay.
whole back suit. He doesn't need all of that.
Okay.
So, and it because it doesn't even need to, his suit doesn't need to be completely airtight either, although because he's made of rock, it's a lot easier to create a seal, because it's not like his skin is supple enough to break a seal.
Well, I mean, his beard isn't a problem, though, right? For the seal?
What's that?
His beard isn't a problem, then.
Right.
Okay.
But yeah, even if some of the air outside got in, it's not really the problem. He just needs a relatively high concentration of the sulfuric acid in the gaseous state, along with some oxygen in order to have the metabolic processes of his body.
Okay.
So,
You'll be
I
fine,
think
then.
I think the rest of us would appreciate an airtight seal on that sulfuric acid sprayer you strapped to your face.
yeah.
Oh, I'm going to love eating this steak. Open. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna...
So I mean, in the interest of, if it is leaking, it would not be good because he'd eventually run out much more quickly. But yeah, as long as the helmet itself is not cracked, he'll be fine.
Oh, okay. No problem, then. Okay, then, Peter. I will take Obi back with me.
Okay.
And Hal
Get to the
Craith and
ship.
I are staying to guard the crate.
Get to the ship. Load everything up.
Okay.
Yeah, Ori, not
Obi.
what'd you say, Obi or Opie?
Opie. Oprah.
OP.
Ori, give me a physical save. So that would be
Physical
Physical.
versus your physical.
Yeah.
Just roll a d20 and then compare
Yeah.
it to his physical score.
Yep.
I rolled an 11 and my physical's a 15, so
Okay. Yeah, you're starting to feel very nauseous.
So should I roll as well? I mean, I took 75% of my hit points in one shot.
If your vac suit was damaged, yes.
there a rule for that? I don't know what the rule is for was my vac suit damaged.
Well, you can tell me. I mean, you could tell me if it was damaged because the way he described it, it was damaged.
I see. I mean, I would say that if I got hit with enough spear damage to do 75% of my health, I must have taken a direct shot with the spear.
Yeah.
So it must have done some damage to the suit I'm wearing.
Okay.
Well, the spear didn't actually do damage. It's just they threw it and it fell sideways and hit you in the face sideways.
It hurt my feelings that they attacked me.
Yeah. That was enough. It was emotional damage.
You were like, how dare you? You have stolen my future. You have stolen.
Yeah, I saved anyway. I got a 14 versus my 14.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you're starting to feel nauseous, and you're starting to see things in like threes. So there are 3 Jonathans.
There's actually nothing weird about that, to be honest. That's normal.
As an Ori seeing threes?
Yep.
I think I need to lay down when we get back to the ship. I don't know if I'm going to be able to help carry the blue light specials.
Oh, not a problem. I'll take care of it. You just get some rest.
Is Lord... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's primitives.
Yes.
That was all I was going to say, sorry.
Is Lord Mars looking noticeably injured?
He looks, I would say, he looks like another spear hit probably would kill him. Although I think that's, I think most humans probably look like a spear hit would kill them.
Hellcraith would say, Lord Mars, are you all right? You're looking unstable.
I have felt better at other points in time, but I don't think I'm going to keel over anytime soon. If someone throws another spear at me, maybe.
Are you having difficulty? Are you having difficulty containing your fluids?
No, I'm glad to say, for the moment, the fluids are all staying in place.
So about anal leakage, I like to imagine
that's as well, Lord Mars.
Lord Marston. No, I'm feeling fine with a spear sticking right out of his forehead. I'm fine. How are you guys?
So be Hellcraith and Lord Mars. You see that Rostov staggers. All the warriors have gathered around him, and the ship is kind of wrecked. He staggers to get up and almost falls over and like pushes them away. And he's bleeding. You can see like there's a metal part like sticking out of his shoulder, and he stands up and he looks around. He's like, "I keep it. Let us ride again." And they all cheer. And he begins to stagger over to you, and he says, puts his hand on your shoulder. "Can we fix it? I wish to ride again."
Whose shoulder did he put his hand on?
Lord Mars.
I will look past him at the wreckage of the ship. I'm not really the fix-it guy, but what do I think the odds are that Ari's going to be able to fix that?
Probably 6 to 8 hours. He could have it fixed.
Well, I think our mechanic, Ari, might need a little bit of time to heal up from that spear wound, but I have no doubt he'll be able to fix it.
For a fee.
I think, he'll probably need a healthy serving of eyes, though, as he recovers from the spear wound.
We have plenty.
Out of curiosity, are these people human?
Yes.
They're human, and they can breathe in this atmosphere, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you get back to the ship. Everybody at the village is kind of waiting. They all cheer when you show up.
Is there a fire anywhere?
Currently, no.
Okay.
It's easy to start a fire, though. Aren't any of the corpses burning from the laser strike?
Every one of them that's missing a head, blood's flying everywhere, the little neck on fire. Yep.
Okay, yeah, I guess there'll be a little localized burning of the corpses. Yes. Oh no.
Well, if there's no fire, Hellcraith would request for a bonfire to be started.
In the grassy field of dry grass.
If that wouldn't inconvenience them too much.
And I might add, a very high wind today.
Yeah, they clear a little area and start piling the bodies up to burn them.
Okay. Once they got the fire going, as long as it doesn't look like, because this is all still relatively close to the pallet, right?
It's probably 300 meters away.
Oh, okay. So I can see the fire, but I'm not near it yet. Okay.
I don't want to say it's close, but roll a D100.
All right, Jonathan, you get back to the ship. You and Ori are there. You fire up the ship.
Powers up.
Start it up.
Powers up.
Yeah, make my way over to the crate.
Okay. The ship powers up and flies over near the crate.
Yep.
Do we have a tractor beam or?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, you do.
All
We have
right.
a very convenient tractor beam. I'm going to use to tractor beam up the pallet
Okay.
for now.
Give me a pilot check.
Okay. That's a 11.
Okay. So you successfully pull the crate out of this pit that they've dug for it and put it on the ship.
After that, I guess I'll land the ship near where everyone else is.
Okay. There's a small fire going. Rostov sees you land the ship. He just is looking. Can I fly? Fly your ship.
I assume he'd be over near the bonfire.
Well, I mean, once he sees that big ship land, as he staggers over with a piece of metal sticking out of his, and banged and bruised and bloody, he sees you, Jonathan, come out.
Yeah, I would have gone onto the ship as it landed.
Okay.
To head towards the medical bay myself.
All right.
You find Ori laying up in one of the beds there, is kind of passed out.
Yeah, I would just lay down probably face first in the bed next to you and just sprawl out.
Meanwhile, Hailcrate would actually position himself to be somewhat in the fire.
Okay.
Climbing up on top of the pile of bodies.
And Hellcrate stands upon the pile of burning corpses. Headless burning corpses.
That are being crushed like grapes as he crawls on them.
I am the king of the world. Did you fill out your ID 10T form? In triplicate.
This is one of the ways that Hellcraith actually eats through intense heat transfer.
Good. We have a reason to burn the bodies. Lovely.
So, like the logistics of that, like if you eat by intense heat transfer, like does the things that you're burning flavor your food?
Interesting. I don't know. I mean, usually when he's eating, it's because he there's a few ways that he eats. One is solar photo electric cells in his skin, and then also from radiation, like from a heat source. And then he also does take in like actual silicates that help with his, tissue repair and growth and everything like that. Yeah. So, but usually it's in the form of something like a heat stone in his room that he just kind of lounges on.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And because his body is so weird, like actual like ionizing radiation doesn't have the same effect, because his neurobiology is somewhat almost kind of like a cross between what ours is and also like a machine's. It affects like the electrical signals, the radiation, and so it's almost like a drug, like a mind-altering substance.
So could we like Hulk you out by throwing you into a star?
Well, at a certain point, he's gonna melt.
What if it's just a small star? What if we throw you into a star at night?
Oh.
Yes. As to his question, of course, but first we should tend to your wound, my good friend. In addition, I'll have to have my other friend go ahead and start working on fixing up your ship soon.
Do you have any kind of medical stuff on the ship?
Yes, we have an entire fully stocked first aid station.
Do you have anybody who can do first aid?
Hypothetically, anyone should be able to, but I'm not trained in medicine. Well, heal.
You don't want Hellcraith poking around on your insides or your outsides, especially not now after he's been sitting in a fire.
Well, I mean, that would just sterilize it, right?
You know, if you do have an open wound, we could just fire a laser into it to cauterize it. It's sci-fi. The solution to all problems is lasers. You need to kill someone? Laser. You need to heal someone? Laser.
Yeah, I don't think we have anyone who's proficient in heal, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable, like, proficient enough to actually pull the spear out of my arm.
Well, now that we're inside, I'd be willing to crawl over and pull the spear out. That's fine.
Hey, what's that over there? Tell me, Rostov, do you have any doctors in your village or medical professionals? Healers, shamans, women?
Shaman, you need one?
I think a couple of my friends might.
I shall bring shaman to you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. And you might want to be looked at yourself based on that giant piece of metal in your arm there.
He just brushes it off.
Yes, yes.
And heads back down. Okay, so Lord Mars and Ari are in the med bay.
Yes.
Jonathan, you are doing what?
I am trying to figure out what's going on with the shaman and examining as our friend is standing in a giant pit of flaming corpses.
Okay.
No, it's kind of a first time for him to see him standing in a flaming corpse pile. I'm not dissing it, I'm just saying that it's a shame Lord Mars isn't here to paint it.
All right. So the shaman comes in.
Now, these people, we know if they're able to breathe our oxygen, correct?
Oh, you mean like the ship recycled air? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not going to start choking to death and die on here because they breathe something else.
They haven't yet.
Okay, good.
Okay, so the shaman comes in. He looks at you, Ori. He takes out some kind of paste or whatever and starts to put like face paint on you. He
throws a dick on your forehead.
This is healing magic.
I look at the tube the shaman's poured it out and it says Colgate on the side of it.
I think the problem is the spear in my arm.
Yeah.
Why are you drawing things on my face?
And with he says a couple words with one quick maneuver. He jerks the spear right out of your arm.
Ah!
Puts his hand over the wound. He stuffs it with something like some kind of cloth or something with some kind of ointment. You feel your whole arm go numb, but it doesn't hurt anymore.
That's the wiggling of the maggots.
Well, nice. Do I get any hit points back?
You regain 1 HP back.
Solid.
If you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours, contact your shaman.
Thank you.
He walks over to you, Lord Mars. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Okay. He begins to
if you're gonna do my face paint, then I prefer tiger over like house cat.
Gives you a quizzical look. And it's just another dick pic for you.
But does this one at least have hair on the balls? Does he put work on this one?
It is Lord Mars. He is famous.
Yeah.
Yep.
You do not get any HP back.
Aww.
But he does put the salve on, and he does do a good job with his paint on your face. He declares that both of you have been healed and then walks out.
Taking his pimp cane with him.
I will just continue to lay in the chair and say, fucking primitives.
Now, I should probably note that neither me nor Obi have been told about the fact that they need the ship repaired.
Ori.
I keep thinking Obi. Less Star Wars, more Pornhub.
Yeah, I would say now that Ori is awake, I would have mentioned that, he would like us to repair his ship before we leave because it's banged up now that he crashed it. I would not be aware, however, that he wants to fly our ship and that Jonathan said, sure.
I mean, I'll repair his... I can repair his ship, but not for free. That is outside the payment that was specified for the Creative Blue Light Specials. So
the way I see it, if we want to try to charge him, that's fine. We already have the pallet on board. He's not going to be able to take it from us. I suppose he could shoot his anti-vehicle laser at us. But we could always run before he could go and get that.
He says, I will give you payment. I do not have many
credits.
Oh, I did not realize you were here as I plotted to steal, to run away.
The woman. How much for the woman?
What do you want? I give you gift if you fix my ship.
At that point, I imagine Rostov is probably standing in the doorway, and Hellcraith comes up behind him and says, "Excuse me, you don't want me to bump into you at this point." And Hellcraith is like steaming.
Does it look like you're on fire?
I'm not on fire, but some areas are a little reddish around me.
I am not afraid, and he presses his hand on a spot that looks like the hottest it can be.
Yeah, his flesh would begin sizzling, and it would start smelling like bacon.
Yeah, he pulls it back, and it's like burned. I am not afraid.
Oh, Hellcraith, not it. Look at what you've done to the plating on the floor. It's got your footprints all over it again.
That is just soot. It will clean easily.
The metal's literally melted.
That's why we've got Theus.
This is why he hates us, because we keep coming back with this molten plates everywhere from wherever you step.
I'll let you in on a little secret. This is why Theus loves us and doesn't just run away when we come back. He loves it.
Oh, I'm sure he shares a similar opinion.
So back to this gift that we're going to get. What sort of gifts were you going to offer?
And is she a blonde or brunette? I mean, what?
He's holding his hand like it's burned, like trying to like play it off that it doesn't bother him, but you can see that it's really painful. I have gifts I will give you.
I'd like one harem, please.
I give you one.
Brings out a bunny named Harem. This is ape. His name Harambe. Close enough to Harem, right?
And he's holding his hand. He's walking back to the bench. The warriors are like collecting the bodies, making sure they're all burned, checking the area, recounting the, they're recounting the battle, like what happened, with Jonathan shooting all of them.
No, it's nothing.
So we're off to pick up that slave next.
I think we're about to get one anyway.
Well, maybe we could get like a whole harem that we can use to trade for the slave.
Now, I'm not against the idea, but I think that we might want to keep the harem and get the slave some other way.
There's a lot that a man can do with a harem.
I, however, think it's efficient that every mission we complete, we pick up some item that we trade away in the next mission.
A woman. Yeah.
That's true.
She doesn't like the idea.
So are you going to try to fix his ship so it'll fly, or?
Yeah. Since I got one, I got 2 health points now, or hit points. So it'd be enough where I'd like start inspecting the ship, and I go back and say, all right, I'll get my tools. So I'll start heading to work and start hitting his ship with a wrench until it flies.
Yeah, give me a fix roll then.
It's a 10.
And then give me 2d6 rolls.
It's a 5 and a 2.
So in about 7 hours, you can work on the ship, and it would be flyable again. It takes a little bit of work. Probably Hellcraith would help you bend some of the pieces that were damaged, because it would take who knows how many warriors. He could probably just sit on the piece and bend it back into place.
Yeah.
So do we have any lift in this first aid station of ours?
Like a lift, like a car lift?
Lift, the drug that helps you heal from physical injuries.
Ah,
What page is that on?
It's heal 0 to use. It's page 73. So there's all the pharmaceuticals there.
We probably have anything that's a heal 1 to heal 0.
Well, nobody has heal 1, so I don't know if we would even bother.
No, but I just mean what the first aid station comes with on the ship.
Now, I don't know what system strain is, but using lift adds 1 system strain to the target, but it heals 1d8 plus the user's heal skill, which would be -1 for me.
System strain is heavily dependent on how much Viagra you actually took.
I would say you have 2 lifts, 2 doses of lift.
Well, I would probably use 1 then.
Well, that's fine, but I prefer using Space Uber to Space Lift. Let me see here.
That gets me back to 7 hit points, but I'll have to look up what system strain does.
Take a break right here. That's all right.
I do like the idea of tech level 3s, like using Facebook, tech level 2 using MySpace, and tech level 1 using
AOL Messenger.
AOL Messenger or some equivalent.
SOL. Should I have Lock Messenger or Space Online Messenger?
Its service is fairly spotty.
Yeah.
Oh, system strain, by the way, isn't really much of a thing. If somebody were psionic, it might be a much bigger thing, which is why it's in the psionic section, although it's not limited to psionics. But basically, it's just if you have more system strain than your constitution, the thing you're trying to do might not work. And you reduce, you get back 1 point of system strain for each full night's rest you get. So really, Ari should probably take the other dosage of lift.
Okay.
So it's 1d8 plus or minus your healing score. And if you take 5 minutes of rest and taking lift, you get 1d8 plus or minus your healing score of hit points back.
I mean, I would imagine that we're not going to stay here too long.
Right, but we're going to rescue this slave, and we don't necessarily know that we're not going to have to bust the slave out.
Right, but will we have? I mean, we're not going to get there instantaneously. We'll have some downtime. I'd imagine we could.
Like about
But
15 minutes.
It's elsewhere on the planet.
Oh, on the planet. Gotcha. Yeah. I should do that. So you said D8 plus or minus the healing score?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me? Well, I get 1 hit point back.
And you get 1 point of system strain.
So no shit, there I was, firing my laser beam, and that's when everyone started dying in front of me. I pulled the trigger once and put faith in my heart, and I knew they would all die that day.
So, as you are repairing the ship and you've taken a little bit of lift, to feel better. Rostov comes back. He has brought with him 3 women, a couple baskets. They're carrying baskets, so they have something in them, obviously, and something else that's in like a box. So these are my gifts.
Ori slides out from underneath the spaceship, grease on his face, and like wipes it off, and just like gets up to inspect his gifts. So, what's in the basket?
He calls them Sarok oysters. They look like they're little balls.
Okay.
Hellcraith is a little upset right now that he's too hot to actually write down the inventory.
This would
right
be
now.
6 or 7 hours later.
I hate
Okay.
when Hellcrate's all hot and bothered.
So Sarok oysters.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a particular way that they should be eaten?
They should be cooked.
Okay.
Don't forget to ask about that one sealed container thing he has.
What? So like do all of the baskets contain oysters?
No, there's 2 baskets with oysters. The other they open up. It's a Juice-O-Matic 2000. He says, I have 2. This maybe need to be repaired. You can fix it.
And that counts as pre-tech we can use for advanced upgrades, right?
Yeah.
Sounds good. I'll look at it and say I could probably make this work again.
And these 3 slaves, they are yours.
Do they have names?
You can give them names.
Yakko, Wacko, and Dot.
Hi, I'm Ori. What is your name?
They bow.
I'm gonna hold out my hand for a handshake.
Yeah, they when they go to grab your hand, they hold the basket and they just kind of like curtsy in front of you.
Well, I find that names choose themselves, so I'm sure we'll figure yours out. Find yours soon enough.
Oh, you're going to get along great. It looks like they like you, old boy.
So what are the rest of y'all doing?
What do we know about the slaves that we have to rescue?
The
One
slave?
I think.
The slave we have to rescue, yeah.
Is it being held at Concord 9?
And that's a different planet, correct?
It's basically a space station that's above Sarok, that's orbiting above Sarok.
Okay.
That they have security, but it's not like armed guard. I mean, they're armed, but they're not like the other one that you were trying to do.
So if we were to superheat a rock person we know and just drop them on top of the station, they'll just melt through all of it, right? Eventually.
Killing the slave we're trying to rescue?
They didn't say it had to be alive when we rescued it. Just that we need
Pretty
to
sure,
rescue a slave.
pretty sure it's not a rescue if the slave is killed in the process.
It's a perk. They don't talk as much.
We should try to not kill the slave.
There would be way too much paperwork.
Plus, we have 3 slaves here. If you want to kill a slave.
Oh, you're right. No. No, okay. So that's above the place here. Okay, so this person would know shit about it.
It's about this time that you hear a noise of it sounds like a motor, but it's very low, and something cutting through the grass. It's a cart. It looks like a horse-drawn cart with the ICAAOS inspector on top, and he's holding reins of 2 weeders, the wolf/anteater creatures. But as he gets closer, you realize that these weeders don't have legs; they have wheels, and they are made to look like weeders. And he's like moving the reins as he drives up, and he stops and gets out. Whoa! Slow down! This is quarantined area. And he runs in the back of his little cart, and he pulls out these like orange stakes, and he takes his little hammer out, and he starts staking this place where you got the pallet out of. And he's got some tape with him. What's going on here?
I walk up to Rostov and whisper, "This man is one who would see to take away your ship."
What?
Okay, he's quarantining the area. You think he's going to let you keep that piece of technology? Your ability to fly?
I will not deal with this. Enigma says leave him be, though. What say you, Jonathan?
I say just shoo him along for now.
So as he knocks in these stakes, he's got this big tape that he's unreeling, and he sees the ship you've been working on. Oh, no. And he starts running over. You're taking this with you, right? You're not leaving this here. What is this? Who are these people?
This isn't our ship. This is Rostov's ship.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, you're not. No, this is clear violation.
Violation of what?
The ICAAOS code of conduct.
Which code?
Code 47.
Would Hellcraith know what code 7 is?
He would know it has to do with respecting the technology of specific planets and not interfering with their technological advancement.
And the giant laser on the back of the truck is acceptable?
What? What are you talking about, a laser?
You're not very good at your job, are you?
Oh. And once the guy mentioned the code, Hellcraith would be like, oh yes, then that certainly is a violation.
Hey, whose side are you on this?
Thank you. Now you need to take this ship with you. And I've heard something about a laser. You need to take that with you too.
We're not going to.
None of it's ours. We don't have the legal right to take it.
Well, that's fine. I will just have to quarantine it. When the authorities get here, I will go out, fill out a 6822 confiscation of technology that is unauthorized on a particular planet.
Oh, you'll have to let Rostov know. He seems quite attached to it.
Yeah, I think you should take this up with Rostov.
None of this stuff's ours.
Yeah, you're really talking to the wrong people here. This is all Rostov's.
Go ahead and give me a talk roll.
Which one of us?
I'll give you. You can roll an extra die, and throw away the lowest number since Jonathan is helping you.
All right.
I believe in you.
Oh man, that's a pretty solid roll. That's a 10.
I will. I'll take it up with this Rostov.
I'm on the ship, so I'm just not involved in this conversation.
Yeah, everything's gonna have to be discussed with him, man. Ain't us.
So he's in Rostov's face, like pointing and telling him all this stuff. And Rostov, you just see his arm flail,
Come on,
and
let's
he
get out of
knocks
here.
the guy, and he staggers and falls into the pit where the pallets were. And Rostov just laughs.
Let's get out of here before he comes back. Come on. Everyone on the ship.
Yeah, I'm sure like that's the point when I would start to come out of the ship and you're like bum rushing me back on.
Nope, I'm going. Push. I'm
All right.
getting on the ship and blasting the fuck out of here.
Okay. Yeah, so the last thing you see is this guy like trying to crawl out of this pit as the ship takes off. Do you have the 3 slaves and the Sarok oysters and the
Juice-O-Matic 2000.
yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got
that was all. Those were all brought on,
Okay.
and
Yep.
the slaves are Nori, Lori, and Glory.
Oh my. Is Glory a morning person?
She is.
Have them on the bridge.
Once it's explained to me what happened, I would have said, "Oh, we should have just agreed to take the stuff. We could have always just dropped it off again later."
Yes, but on the other hand, then we can come back to Rostov later for more help and favors. And I swear my character's not chaotic evil trying to sow dissent and start a revolution on this planet. Why do you ask? With the slaves.
I was actually thinking we could just, maybe not bring it back in a day or two, and then we've got anti-personnel laser and a little truck and a ship, an extra ship.
And we just open the cargo door and put the anti-ship laser on it. Yeah, I don't think that will work. Now, where are these slaves? Let's put them on the bridge and teach them how to pilot the ship, so then we don't have to always have a pilot on the fucking ship.
Well, we do get skill points as we level up, so...
Yeah, we can level up the slaves.
But Lord Mars, what you suggest would have been theft.
I just blink at him. There's no other expression on my face.
I like to think of it as the redistribution of wealth and assets.
I think the slaves, Nori, Lori, and Glory, as part of Ori's harem.
Let's start teaching them to be useful. Fuck.
Right. Jonathan's like, let's put them on the bridge, and then we don't see Ori or any of his slaves for like the next week and a half.
Well, Hellcrate is going to have to put them all through orientation. Gonna have to do the sexual harassment training.
Right. Do they even have the identification for their I-9? We can't use them like employees if they can't prove who they are or where they're from.
They could be interns. Unpaid interns. but I think they would be okay with that. However, I think this is all fairly new to them, so any responsibility and this lifestyle is going to have to be introduced very slowly. They were, of course, nomads on a planet that doesn't have much of a tech presence.
Except for a truck that fires a giant fuck-off laser.
I doubt that they dealt with that or had much exposure other than like brief bouts of fear.
They're like the girlfriends from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. They don't understand the
Yes.
technology, but they pick it up.
Oh no, we understand it fine. In fact, we're the ones who maintained all of it. Surprise, motherfucker. The technological savants.
This means that during space combat, we might have people to man all the roles.
Oh my god, finally. Make one of them captain. Yeah, I guess we're gonna make our way to this place to rescue a slave.
Okay.
Does anyone have any objections or anything?
No, I think that was the plan. No need to change the plan.
Okay. So, what do we know about this station? Who owns it?
All you know is some kind of research facility.
Mhm. Anyone think we can get away
I
with
forget,
claiming we're UPS?
Did our ship have any like smuggling compartments that we can hide the blue light specials in?
We technically have 3 smuggling compartments capable of 6 tons of stuff.
So I think we should hide the blue light specials in case our ship is inspected.
I assume that's where we put it.
If they find it, then we can bust out all of our paperwork and make
it's
sure
all
that
in order.
make sure that we keep Hardcrath away if there is an inspection.
Oh, he
Or
seems
else
like
he'll
a
be
trustworthy
like,
man.
let me show you to our smuggling compartments.
But we don't tell him where the smuggling
Great.
compartment
That's true.
is.
I was going to say, that assumes we've told Howcraft where the smuggling compartments are.
No, he doesn't have a clue. We tell him that's where we
Not
keep
not
the
yet, but I'm
geometries.
getting closer to the truth. I'm looking through all the logs and records.
There are no logs or records on this stuff.
I mean, there might be a floor plan somewhere. You know, when you purchased the ship, it came with an owner's manual that might have had a floor plan.
Yeah.
That's why I got rid of the owner's manual. What, you think I'm dumb enough to keep that shit around? Fuck that. Besides, who reads the manual?
Hellcraft.
Yeah, but that's like shitter reading. It's not something you read all the time.
No, that's Hellcraft's hobby.
I would love him to read 7
Reading
Pillars
owner's
of Wisdom.
manuals.
He needs to read 7 Pillars of Wisdom because that book is so fucking dull.
You know that the code name for this slave is called Orthopter. That's the code name they use for it.
Orthopter.
Orthopter or orthocter?
Extra thicker.
And is it ornithopter, like the Leonardo da
flying
Vinci
thing?
design?
Yeah. No, it's Orthopter. Orthopter.
Or is it an orthopeder?
No, that's the people who go ahead and play with little kids illegally.
I hope whoever we're trying to buy this from knows that their slave is codenamed Orthopter, or else there are going to be a lot of confusing conversations.
They just showed up in the room and started orthoptering everywhere. It's disgusting. Never seen anyone do that before.
So this is on Concord 9. Is that a space station in like the sector or on this planet?
In the system, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it on planet Sarok?
No,
Or
it's,
is it?
it's orbiting it.
Gotcha. What do we know about this space station?
It's a research station, lightly guarded. Now, we do have a sensor mask, so we can pretend to be FedEx with the delivery. But I'm not sure what we should do to get onto the station, because it's kind of suspicious just having a random ship show up at a research station.
And we might as well, we could start by saying that we're here to pick up Orthopter, wait to see how they respond to that, and then say that we also have a package delivery of blue light specials that they were going to be doing research and experimentation on.
I have a feeling that could end horribly wrong.
It's better than shooting our way in, I think.
Well, avoiding shooting would be ideal.
We could just say that we're looking for another member for the harem.
I imagine they're not welcoming that many ships that are looking to take away female slaves for their harems.
Now, do we know if Orthopter's a female slave? Or was it not specified?
I don't think it was specified.
Yeah.
I think Lord Mars's approach is best. Just go in, say that we're there for Orthopter, and then procure the slave as is rightful.
Well, it does say rescue the slave, so that makes it sound like they don't exactly want to, give it up willingly.
Wait. Has this place committed illegal actions?
Well, we've not been there, so it's hard to say precisely, but
It's full of scientists, of course it has.
It's possible that the slaves are part of their testing.
I say
if they do not have a legal right or basis for these slaves, then they should be destroyed.
How about this? How about we say that we're here delivering our shipment of Space Ranch Doritos?
Cosmic Cool Doritos. If we have questions or want to know more about the origin of the request, we can always call up the curator. She is never not answered.
No, however, she always has that 1-800 number which we have to pay for.
So that's always an option, Halkrith.
Yeah, we should contact her then, so that we can find out if she thinks if we need to have an elaborate plan to board the station or not.
To save Orthopter.
So I'm going to open up a comm link to the curator.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to put her on the big screen.
Again, she's in like a white gown with a white background. She's got a tube like coming out of the side of her face, blood like dangling from her arm. Yes, Ori, I'll end everyone, and unknown associates.
This is my harem. Ori's harem. Ori, Lori, and Glory.
Well,
It's a long
Okay.
story. We picked up your crate of blue light specials, and there was a bit of a trade. And for some reason, these three were thrown in as part of the payment that the Warlord gave to us. So in any event, we did pick up the crate of the blue light specials. We're going to rescue the slave from Concord 9. And we were wondering whether or not we need to come up with some sort of elaborate ruse in order to be able to land on the space station. Or if you believe they will welcome us aboard when we ask for permission to land.
no, they will not welcome you aboard. You need to come up with the ruse, as you call it.
Where do they normally get supplies or equipment from? Food, water, FedEx deliveries, etc.
I'm not aware of who supplies the station.
Who requested this this job is. Can you share those details? Or at least which organization do they belong to?
I'm confident it is the Pious Independence Alliance that is requesting this slave.
Do you know if the slave is perchance
I'm sorry, curator. What do you mean by ruse?
Well, I used the term. She was just repeating it. I meant that if they're not going to give us permission to land, we're going to have to invent some reason that might be enough for them to give us permission to land.
Think about how a food inspector enters a place. They don't say, I'm a food inspector. They just say, I am here to try your food.
That doesn't sound like the Hallcrith way.
No, that exactly is the Hellcrate way. It's just we need to make sure that the paperwork is all in order.
Yeah.
We'll become actual food inspectors.
Yes. The minute you said the paperwork needs to be in order, I knew that was going to happen.
Also, I think the food inspectors was merely a metaphor or an example that might be used in other circumstances. I do not believe that we will be able to get on board saying that we are food inspectors.
We could be slave inspectors.
No, the licenses needed to be slave inspectors is way too arduous and expensive.
Suppose we just say we are there to pick up a package. Would that?
Then we need to have the licensure and registrations to be a parcel carrier.
I've got one of those, actually.
Or we could say that we're part of the Science Advisory Board, the ICAAOS Advisory Board.
This sounds like an internal discussion. I will bid you adieu.
Thank you.
I will give you one piece of advice, though. Do not give this slave a weapon, no matter what they say. And she disappears.
Wait, one quick question.
But I love you. Oh, shit.
No, maybe not.
Maybe I don't. You're right.
Is it anybody else wondering who Enigma is?
Yes, actually. But I think that's a conversation for another time.
Well, we'll have to make sure next time we talk to the curator, we should definitely ask her.
Yes.
I'd be interested if there's an opposing curator that's called the Enigma.
But we also did not share with her that all of her Warlord's toys are going to be taken away from him at some point.
Well, I think that'll be all right, though. He can get more toys. And he'll have to pay extra for them.
Now, let's see if there's a drug that can incapacitate Hellcrate.
Hellcrate, have you ever had chloroform?
So this is
my
the
biology
18.
is not. my biology does not have any substances that would incapacitate me. Radiation is unpleasant. You start seeing things it's not good.
If we stick him in the reactor, he'll get drunk. Though I don't think that's to our benefit.
We could pretend to be we could pose as a science advisory board, since it is a research station. We could be analyzing their correctness of adhering to the guidelines of ICAAOS research policies.
True.
That paperwork is not particularly difficult, but it does require petition and recommendations by other members of the board.
How rare a species is Halcrave? Like, is there a whole
Exceedingly
race and
rare.
they're generally known? So what if we just say we have come across an unusual specimen that we thought your researchers would be interested in, and then we point the camera at Halcrave? Surely there's no paperwork involved for we have found an unusual specimen.
I thought that was Form 537B.
537C, actually. B is in case you find a race similar to catgirls.
That also works. I like that idea.
What, getting catgirls? I agree. Oh, you mean having him as... Yes.
My race is not particularly well known. There are few of us. But I simultaneously cannot object to this plan and must object to it because it is relatively easy to submit for that paperwork, but it is also, I do not wish to be guinea pig.
Well, we said that we could say that we thought they would be interested in examining. It doesn't say, and we will let you examine them. We wouldn't say that.
In fact, it's probably best if we heat you up first, so you can have a bit more to eat before you go in there.
Yeah, just explain how you like to eat by eating heat and, whatever else, whatever other habits you have. I'm sure they'd take furious notes. You can even make stuff up if you wanted to.
You would never make anything up.
Right. Tell them how you like to absorb heat standing on the piles of burning corpses.
Headless
I'm sure they'll be
corpses.
fascinated.
Great. Tell us more.
Well, this is going to be a whole new section of Pornhub.
I suppose that I could share the reason that I crushed the skulls of our enemies. You see, my race, we are quite resilient, and even after our heads have been cut off, we will still survive for several days.
Yeah, save it for the eggheads.
Yes, we know. Let's continue. Okay. Let's contact them, ?
Let me prepare the paperwork. And Hellcraith, kind of with his head down, slunks over with his heavy steps to his office.
Now, like when Hallcraith writes and does physical paperwork, because he's made of rock, does he leave kind of graphite streaks on the paper?
He doesn't need a pencil.
That is actually a really good question. I've not thought about that because his fingers are not necessarily what you would call nimble.
I'm just gonna.
You know what it is? I imagine that it's a series of rubber stamps, and he's just constantly stamping the proper letters.
Incredibly complex system.
Yeah, I would assume that just from a general sci-fi perspective, to make sure that you're from a spacefaring race, you must have some level of manual dexterity just to use tools.
Oh, no, my race is not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So my race, which is called the Kiande Amedha, are from Olmenzo. So we were only discovered because my world was colonized, and
Damn
there
Europeans.
was after the skip events, it affected a lot of my race, and so there's even fewer than there already were.
Oh, the scientists want you, I can tell.
That sounds like a great thing to tell the scientists while we're trying to find Orthopter.
So what exactly do we do after we get on? Do we just go ahead and say, oh, here's this guy. By the way, do you know a slave? Can we see your slaves now?
Line them up.
Line up your slaves for inspection.
Yes. I don't see why we would do anything else.
I'll let you do the talking.
All right. So I'll open up a comm link to the research station.
Okay.
Do we have a ship name?
Do we have a ship name? I
think I put it to do. I think I put it to do come up with a cool ship name.
I thought you did. I thought you had it.
Well,
Was
I suggested the Tensendor.
Oh, the Tensender.
Yeah, from Charlemagne's Warhorse.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that works.
Hello, this is Ori from Tensender. Do you copy?
Once again, Ori, you forgot the registration number.
587543 B. I forgot the one.
He's not giving the real registration number.
He's given the VIN number and everything.
I know Peter wrote it down. I saw him writing it down.
this is Concord 9. Can we help you?
Yes. We have a rare alien race that we thought that you might be interested in studying. Permission to dock and come aboard?
Give me a talk roll.
Oof. That is a That's a 5.
I believe him.
Silence your comms and pull to the side the docking station 1.
Thank you. What does silence my comms mean?
Means don't talk. No more communication.
So I'll say, all right, and then I'll disconnect and. All right, Jonathan, pull up to docking station 1.
Reversing.
So as you pull up to Concord 9, on the outside, it appears that though a lot of construction is going on. There's like scaffolding and stuff like bolted to the side of it, like panels and stuff are being worked on. There is no circular motion, so you would assume there's no centrifugal force gravity here. But if you were to guess, it looks like something that's under repair.
We'll have to ask them about what happened here.
I'll bonk the ship.
Okay. So you open, there's like a tube that connects to the side of the ship. It opens up. You can see that there's one individual walking towards you and making a clumping noise. Clump, clump, clump. 2 behind him in like white coats with some kind of symbol on them, carrying blaster rifles. And the one in front of you is just like got a long coat with like some kind of instruments in a pocket. Again, another symbol on him.
Do I recognize the symbol?
No, you wouldn't. You can tell that he is armed as well, and he has his hand close to his hip, a blaster pistol. So who is the first person that comes out to speak to him?
I would come out.
I
And
would
I would
probably
make
be right
sure.
next to him.
Yeah, I would want Halcraith, at least certainly in sight, so they can see his hulking form. But I would step out and stop and wait for them to walk up to me.
Yeah. So as you're floating, because there's no gravity, and they are wearing obviously magnetic boots. So what are you? Is this some kind of joke? What have you got?
Well, as you can see behind me, there is an alien life form that we ran across in space, although we believe it's from a non-spacefaring civilization. And we were told that the researchers on this station might be interested in learning more about him.
Well, we very much are. And he kind of like peers around you. Where did you find it?
Well, we originally found it on, I'm blanking on the name. What was the station we were from?
No, wait a minute. I don't remember. I know that's where I was for a while, right, Peter?
Olamenzo, are you talking about? Or you
no,
were
that
on
was...
Nur. Are you looking to just make up a name, or?
Oh, no.
No, I was looking for some real planet name, but I don't remember any of the actual planet names. My character would know most of the planet names, so I would just make up a name of something, even something that's, not necessarily human livable, but that, maybe humans could survive on with a suit.
Okay.
So we convinced the creature to come aboard, and then immediately started looking for a place that might be able to, study it properly. We would, of course, have to talk about compensation for our cost and trouble of delivering you the subject.
We're good for the credits. You're not.
What do you mean we're not?
We're good for the credits. As far as your compensation.
Right. So it's just a matter of working out the number and seeing delivery of the credits. We're willing to let your scientists, begin to question the creature, let him figure out how interested they are. I think that's only fair.
We're very interested. We get a lot of deliveries, special requests. How did you come across us?
Well, we were in the system on other business when one of the people from the, what was it, MNP?
ISAA?
No, not the military group that was down on that planet.
UPM?
UPM. One of the members of the UPM mentioned that there was a research station here and that you dealt in special projects. How he came across the knowledge, I don't know. So could we come aboard to discuss? So first of all, you could get a better look at the creature and so that we could discuss payment.
So he gets on his little thing. He says, yeah, go ahead and bring me some magnetic boots. And we may have a UPM problem. And he clicks it off. So a couple minutes pass and they bring you some magnetic boots to wear.
So I'll put them on.
For you and whoever else is going to go on the ship.
Oreo.
I don't know if they have any in my size.
They strap magnets to the soles of your feet.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and make sure that the 3 slaves are doing all right in the cockpit and tell them to stay there and be careful.
Oh, I am
sure.
sure the three slaves are just barfing up a storm in zero G the first time in their lives.
No, I've got them strapped in. They're fine. And it's not our problem. It's the repair guys. And then I'll follow.
So you guys walk down this hallway, like this tube, into this room. It is pristine white. Again, the symbol is now like kind of lit up on the side of the wall. It looks like a person's head with like a moon, like eclipsing it, and it says EM on it. A couple similar individuals in like coats come like running down a hallway, clomp, 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 and look at they stop and they get out their data pads and they're doing this and they're like taking measurements and
ask him about how he eats.
How do you eat?
I'm going to whisper to Ori. So how do you think we get a look at their slaves again?
Well, we could ask for a tour. I'm sure they're using this. I'm sure they use the slaves in a place that we might pass through if we ask for a tour of their facility.
We could ask for refreshments. I assume they don't want to show us around their apparently secret facility as tourists in their secret facility. But if we ask for refreshments, then some slaves might come in.
How big does this station look? How many personnel would we guess would be on it?
You would guess probably 100, or probably 100 people would be here comfortably.
Okay, and I have 120 rounds for my pistol. Okay. So a good few people here.
Is it possible to get some refreshments?
Yes, all's in order.
Do you have Cosmic Cool Doritos?
We will check the vending machine.
Damn it, we could have been the people who refilled the vending machine. Shit. Then we'd have to go all over the station.
Next time we'll know that is the route to get into the top secret military facility.
Yeah, I work for the Coca-Cola company. Here to refill the vending machine.
Here's those Doritos you ordered.
They come back with some space chips.
Like off brand, just generic space chips.
Yeah. With a couple glasses. The glasses have the Sindum letters on them, full of ice. Filtered water is okay.
That's most well. Thank you. And
You're welcome.
we'll start eating and then kind of like looking around.
Does the creature have a name? Creature, do you have a name?
Hail Crate.
So who brought in this food and water?
Like it would have been one of the lab people.
Janet from accounting.
There's currently five of them. There's two like security people with rifles, the person that you first talked to, and then two other lab people that are like taking measurements and pictures. And
so, are any of you aware of orthopter?
Did we determine that Enigma has some relationship to Sindhu earlier? Or were we debating that still?
I wasn't sure who Enigma was one way or another. It may have been like our contact.
so, Lord Mars, give me a notice check.
Let's see. that wisdom or intelligence or what?
I think wisdom for notice, because it's like perception.
Yeah.
All the book says is use the appropriate stat.
So I will let you use wisdom or intelligence. That's fine.
Okay.
They both suck.
Use the inappropriate stats.
I got an 11.
Nice. So when you ask them that question, you notice that one of the scientists, one of the lab people, gives you a look like, what the fuck did he just ask? And looks at one of the guards who like raises his weapon like he's about to shoot you, and then just drops it. And the person who met you first is not familiar with that name.
We were told that there was an orthopter, a person named Orthopter, on board the station. From the man who told us about the station.
Is this again from your UPM person you spoke to on Sarok?
Yes. In fact, he was saying that when we flew up, we should ask for Orthopter, and explain to him that we were carrying the big guy here.
So he, I'll be one moment. He walks down the hall, and there's like a reception desk, for lack of a better word. He kind of leans over and talks to some person there. They get up and like run down the hall. Clunk, 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 clunk. He comes back. Yes. So payment for this creature, we seem sufficiently satisfied with it. Fits exactly what we're doing here. 5,000 credits. 750.
I will, once he says 750, although it confuses me because I don't, did he just drop?
No, 7,500.
Okay. I was like, wow, to go from 5,000 all the way down to 750? This guy's a tough negotiator.
100 million credits.
4 credits.
Damn, he's good. Okay, 200 credits and you pay me.
I will, when he says 7,500, I will turn and just face the other two, Ari and Jonathan, and then say, could you give us just 1 minute to confer amongst ourselves?
Yes. Yes, not a problem.
Bunch of goddamn cheapskates. Listen,
Then I will go and huddle with them and say, all right, I am out of ideas how to find Orthopter, since they're clearly not just going to take us to Orthopter. So I say we kill them all and find Orthopter.
Well, let's get the credits first.
Well, I can't think of a non-violent way to get out of this situation.
We just tell them no.
No means no.
I do not like the idea that I'm being bargained off like property.
No, it's a good thing. It means you have value to people.
It's that is technically that was just a ruse, as we were saying before. We don't actually intend to sell you, although frankly I didn't expect them to offer 7,500 credits.
Thinking about that laser gun he's been eyeing for the past 6 weeks.
Yeah, I for sure expected Lord Mars to be like, excuse me, and take Ari and Jonathan aside without Hellcrate and be like, maybe we should just sell him and be done with it.
Do we like this guy anyway?
It is more than we were expecting to make from all of the jobs put together. So
it's only 750 though. We have to do better than that. I'm thinking at least 10 if we can finagle. I mean, they were so quick to jump to it. It means they've got plenty of pocketbook money.
Yeah, and that's fair. I was actually not thinking we would wait until they pay us to jump on them, but okay, fair enough. We'll ask for 10.
No,
We'll
let's
wait
ask
for
for
him to pay
30
us.
and see if we can wiggle it down to the 20.
I feel like 30's a little greedy. I mean, I will look Hellcrave up and down. I mean, 30. I feel like 10's pushing it, but
25. Look at that ass.
all right.
He's hot.
I will let you do the negotiating, but once they pay us, we go for it. And then we'll just put on a little show. And then I'm just gonna sort of gesticulate and whisper nonsense loudly, like I'm disagreeing with whatever Jonathan is saying. And then I'll be like, then I'm just going to let Jonathan go talk to them and negotiate for 30,000 or whatever number he comes up with.
100 million credits.
And Jonathan, you're mistaken. I do not have an ass.
And how do you? Never mind. And while he's saying that, I'm going to say loudly, listen, he trusted us, and that means if we're selling him, we got to get our money's worth. I'm thinking at least 25,000 for him. He's that good. Where else are they going to find someone like him? Nowhere.
Like I said, be my guest.
And I'm saying that loudly enough so they can hear as well. Listen, you're not going to find another specimen like this. 25,000.
25,000?
Correct.
12.
Who else? 15.
Or he just looks at him.
15,000 credits. What's their lifespan?
What's your lifespan?
What do you mean?
How long do you normally live?
Until we're killed.
A long fucking time.
Is it able to reproduce?
You ever make babies before?
I have not replicated.
See, he's prime stock.
Actually, we should have asked for more.
Yeah, we didn't know you were a virgin. We
Yeah.
can get more for a virgin.
Christ, he's a virgin. That's 50,000 now. The price just went up. Look at that.
Oh wait, I understand now. No. My kind, we do not have multiple versions of ourselves that are required for replication. When we choose to do so, we just replicate.
You see, it's even better than you could possibly hope for. You don't have to have two of them.
It occurred to me that Hallcrith, your character is probably one of the few virgins that likes being thrown into a volcano.
Yeah, I have to say, it is a good point that you could have a whole army of Hellcraves if Hellcraves agrees to give birth to an army.
10,000 now, and 10,000 for everyone it can replicate of itself.
Hey, how fast do you replicate?
Not quickly.
Like what, a few hours?
I would have a little bit of a problem with that. You see, I gather that this is a kind of a secret installation, which means any contract we have would be very difficult to enforce against a secretive group such as yourselves. I'd rather have a single number that we can agree to and walk out of here with than have to come back periodically to see if our friend here has spawned.
Listen, I'm trying to be nice here. This guy, he's a hard ass, as you can tell. We can do 20.
No, you
13,000.
don't understand. It takes my kind 10 years to replicate, and then another 50 years before they are on track to reach maturity.
So you got
Not
plenty
as
of time.
cool.
$13,000.
I look at Lord Mars.
You're leading the negotiation now.
Nod or shake your head. I'm expecting acting here.
That's far short of the 25,000.
What do you think then? I know you were working with him.
I think 20 or no deal.
Oh, you heard the little guy.
20.
Bargain for one of a kind.
15. That's it.
It's a no from me.
All right, hold on. I'm going to go up to the people from the station and say, listen, I'm going to whisper to them, listen, we do have to, all of us agree, because this find is jointly all of ours. But I think I can get them to agree to the 15. Give us I don't know, an hour for me to talk them down. Things are running a little hot right now. In an hour, I'm 90% sure we can get them to 15. Just make sure there's, enough water so that we can keep, drinking, and more of these generic chips.
Sure.
I require ammonia.
Apparently we require some ammonia as well.
Very well. It will allow us to study the creature a little bit and
Sure,
take care of a
that's-
few things that we need to take care of.
Sure, I think that's fair enough. So yeah, just give us the room, and sure we'll get there in the end.
Thank you.
And then when they clear out, I'll go back over and be like, all right, we got an hour to figure something out.
Any good ideas?
So basically, you guys are in that tunnel between your ship and the entrance to the station. It's kind of like where he escorts you to talk.
All right, now, if we want to, take the 15,000, I think they'll deliver it to us, and then, we could do what we need to do, or we could surprise them now, make a move, or we could wait and come back in and just say oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't get them to agree. It's got to be 20,000, and see if we can argue them up.
Well, they already said they're preparing something, and when you mentioned the name Orthopter, they seem to get quite upset running around, so it's probably best if we ambush them now. We all in agreement?
I think I err on the side of Jonathan's suggestion.
All right, that was my original thinking anyway, but the opportunity came up. Hey, Hellgrith, do you have any problem with this?
I will not commit violence against anybody that has not committed against me first.
Well, they're about to go ahead and turn you into a slave and pick and prod you for a few hundred years.
Yeah, notice that they didn't ask you if you were okay with any of this. They only asked us.
I am very confused as to this whole situation. It is very improper and without protocol.
Exactly. Do you want these protocolless bastards to just live out here with impunity?
No one forcing them to
Definitely
fill
not.
out the proper forms.
Certainly not.
There'd be anarchy. Did you see the charts they had? They weren't even filling things in the boxes properly. Some were using X's, others were using check marks.
So what's the plan? Kick the door down, guns blazing.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's about it.
Well, I've got 3 hit points.
Well, we haven't had a TPK in a while. Let's take it.
There's only at most 100 of them or so.
Yeah, we're fine. We'll be fine. Trust me.
If a spear can not nearly knock out all my health, I'm sure the guys with the laser rifles
We'll be fine. Trust me.
will also work.
We should have taken that anti-vehicle laser with us.
Just blow a fucking hole through the ship.
Unless we can think of a way to see more of the space station, I don't think I only think that we can do guns blazing.
Well, can you go ahead and hack into the system or something?
That's a good point. Probably not in the spot that we're currently in.
Well, if we go back to the comm system on our ship.
I could try. Although I'd imagine that a secret research station would probably be well protected.
How about we do this? We lean our head out the door here. Must be somebody watching the door. We say, hey, got a little problem. Can you come in here for a second? Then when he comes in, we do the classic, bonk him on the head, switch uniforms with him, hide the body in here, and then we try to find a terminal in the space station that you can hack.
Yeah, you look science, so you should do fine. What if there's 2 guards?
Well, there we bunk 2 of them on the head and 2 of us wear their uniforms.
Something wrong with my helmet.
We're fine. We're all fine here. Everything's fine. Blaster malfunction. How are you?
So this is probably a good stopping point. You guys can continue to discuss this since you'd have an hour. So we can pick it up right here. I think it's a good point.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yay! As we've started our harem.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting because my one of my racial features can be good or can be bad depending on where it happens, or just not at all. Because I have a very strong acid for blood, so if it happens on an enemy ship, that could be good. If it happens on our ship, that would be bad.
Someone's been watching too much of Aliens.
Luckily, I think we're planning on being on the space station and not retreating back to our ship just yet.
Well, Peter hasn't had a TPK in a while.
So really, all we need to do is we just need to drill a hole in your hand, and then you just put a finger over it and just spray it.
I've got something. Can you look at it? Good old projectile acid.
Hey, come here for a moment. Tell me, does this smell like chloroform to you? Acid in the face!
That's a good old party trick.
The girls love it.
All right. Happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Talk to you later.
I see you
All
guys.
right. Take it easy.